Looking good, looking. No. Yeah, it looks good for that or not. Yeah, close up. I can't tell. Okay, I know what to do. Let me see. Is that better? Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, your boy's back. Yeah, your boy's back. And he's live. Back at it again. Okay, now, so where am I? What's going on? Alright. Where do I begin? Well, my studio's a mess, so I can't really actually show you what's going on in the studio, but I can maybe. Where's the camera? Uh, Live video. Is that not plugged in? Sometimes I have to plug it in and out. No, it's not. Yeah, it's plugged in. Okay, I needed to, because I wanted to show you something. Uh, I added a new device to my studio, and I'm liking it. So far, it's so good. There we go. There we go. Uh, my other camera. Okay, so basically what I want to do is maybe perhaps make it a little bit smaller. Uh, I mean, excuse my mess, my messy dresser. I mean, my messy setup. It's just junky over here because I've been just like really spending most of my focus on trying to learn this baby right here. It's a little shaky. Yeah, this is the MPC Live 2, and I'm not gonna lie about this. I have mixed feelings about this device. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like, oh, this thing is so perfect. It looks beautiful. Like when you just kind of like, okay, let's say I'm gonna pull up a song that I. Yeah, what about that? It won't let me get that one. Open recent project. Uh, that's weird. See, that's what I'm saying. Already, like out the gate, I'm trying to show you something, and it's already giving me. I don't even know why I'm using this camera when I got another cam. Uh, Basically, I'm just kind of comparing the quality of this camera versus this new EOS Canon camera that I had purchased. Um, I mean, to be honest with you, okay, let's just transition and see. Uh, okay, let's make this one smaller. I mean, I have certain issues with this other camera that makes me say like, okay, you know, I don't even know how the background got like that, but anyway, you can clearly see that my yeah, this camera is better. The Canon is definitely better than the $50 webcam. It's a major, like, you can just tell, like, just by the lighting. Um, is it the best Canon? Nah, I got the cheap 2000D, which is not the best. It's not the best at all. It's a lot of fumbling I got to do it. As you can see, I had to kind of use. You see how the screen look with the rectangle, and just to make the rectangle fit in, I just kind of put my little Ubio Studio sign on there, just to kind of like make it look like I meant for it to be there. But if I could just remove this, I would love to. But it's like I said, I made it work. You see how I made it work? It kind of looks good. I made it look good. It looks like something that I wanted. I kind of really wanted it to look like that. But back to this MPC. Later on, I'm gonna edit a video and show some clips and of it and talk about it. It's some pros and some cons, and now the quick question is, okay, does the pros outweigh the cons? It's only been a few days for me to really say that, but I could see just from a few days, yes, the pros definitely do outweigh the cons. Um, Me being a perfectionist that I am, or at least try to be, I'm not. I don't make enough money to be the perfectionist that I want to be. That I would like to. Like, if I had enough money, all of my camera equipment would be the perfect, like the best set up. But anyway, back to what I'm really saying. This NPC live, like, I'm trying to get rid of this yeah. This NPC live, like, do I really need it in my life to make beats? The short answer is hell no. Of course you don't need this. I was making beats with just my computer and a mouse and keyboard, and that's it. No MIDI controllers, no nothing. Just mouse and keyboard. I started making music. As you can see, I started making music when I was 11 years old at a piano. Well, really 13 is when I really started creating music. But from an early age, I was already a composer, right? I improvised music. I just came up with music. I used to write a lot of music down. I never made it a professional thing. It just wasn't like just normal for that to be a profession in my family coming up. Anyway, so no, I don't need this to make music. Why did I decide to get it then? Since I can make music in so many different ways, like there's a million different ways for me to make tracks, songs, and things like that. Why did I decide to spend $1,200, really 13 after taxes and everything, for this machine? I felt like, well, first I was working on a song. Um, and I'm still working on that same song. I just kind of put it on the back burner, didn't put no beat to it. Cause as I was learning this, it was like once I make maybe like 10, 20 beats, and then go back to that same composition that I was working on, it'll be easy to add a beat to it and get it over with. But songs I'm really passionate about usually take me a long time to finish those songs. It's weird. Songs that I just spend like 5 minutes making seem to just be. They sound good too, but it's like it's weird. It's weird. But I have no trouble finishing. Like, the easier the song is, the simplest the most simple the song is, the more simple, not the most, the more simple the song is, I think the better, because when you try to add a lot of different instruments and melodic, you start to, the more you add to a song, the more you tend to complicate it. And I'm talking about the melody. Now the beat, not really. You can add as much as to the beat as possible, really, to kind of fill it up if you want. But then again, it depends on what kind of vibe you look at. There is really no rules to. So there are rules to making a song, but then again, there's those rules can be broken if you intend to, and if the intention is what, like, I can go on and on about that, but back to the MPC. All right, so why did I decide to get it? I got stuck on that, on the composition. I wanted to add a beat to the composition, and I was using my keyboard. I didn't like the sounds from the keyboard. I got tired of having to go in the FL Studio and use their whack sound effects. And I'm like, man, now I gotta download the drum pack and search for drum packs. And I was like, man, so by the time I found the drum packs, I'm still fumbling around with the beat and still not feeling it. And I was like, man, you know it. I remember years ago, and I'm talking about like 20 years ago. I was playing around at a friend's house on a keyboard, and he had an MPC, one of those old MPCs. Matter of fact, I kind of wish I had that one versus this brand new Wi-Fi thingamajig with a computer in it and all of that. I don't need the touch screen. You get what I'm saying? Like, I remember using this MPC. It was like the MPC 1000 or something like that. It was like, this was 20 years ago, mind you. So it's about 17 years ago. But either way it goes, I remember how easy it was to make beats using that machine. And I was like, dad, boy, if I ever had one. And every time I looked at one, man, it was so expensive, and I never really had the money. And then I didn't know how to hook it up. It's a lot of stuff I just didn't know. Early in the game compared to what I know now. Well, just reminiscing off of that, and I had the money now, so now I got the money. You know what? And I need to create some content. I wanna start creating writing some songs and record some songs and seeing where that might take me. If I could make one song that earns me $1 million, that's that. And if that helps me meet my goal, then I'll do that. And I'm like, well, I'm definitely talented enough to do that. I'm definitely like gifted. I guess that's the same thing, but no, it's not. Gifted and talented is two different things. Talented is someone who has put in a lot of hours and they become talented. They till it becomes a talent. Like, they practiced so many times to where it's like, yo, they're really talented. But really what happened is they put in a lot of hours to become talented. That's one thing. Gifted is what you are before you actually become talented. It's like, before anyone, no one told me, hey, practice 20 hours, 12 hours a day and create your own music at 13 years old. No one had to force me to do that. I was gifted in that I was drawn to the music. I was invited. I had this secret invitation that nobody else seemed to have. I was just in my own dimension, so to speak. It's really hard to explain it. Well, no, not really. It really is just it's just a matter of how you look at how you take the word gifted. But what I mean when I say gifted, I mean that it's something that you receive without really putting any effort into it. Like, you already know, you already have a feel for certain things that the next person, it's a skill that you can't teach to someone. Like I can't teach you how to have an ear for music. You know what I'm saying? I can't teach you how to have a vibe for music. That's just you, and you know you can kind of like mimic someone else or watch me or someone else and be like, okay, I'm vibing off of that, and then yet let that inspire you. Just like me, I was inspired by. Now, who inspired me to? That's why I say it was a gift with music. 'Cause no one inspired me. It was just I was just drawn to it. Or I always wanted to. I loved the piano. Every time I saw a piano, I was a magnet to it. Just something about the piano and the keys. It just always attracted me as a child. Not like some and like I say, every child, at the end of the church sermon or whatever, what's the first thing we do? We run to the piano and start playing on it, and they be like, "Oh, get off that thing," or we'll wait to, because my parents used to wait, be they were the one of the ones who spent a lot of time at the church, so um, why while everybody else, by the time everybody else is gone, it's like only a few people at the church. So now we can get at the piano and practice at the piano. And of course, you had your kids that they'll come and they'll mash some buttons and stuff, and then and then they go off to do their little thing and ripping and running around. While I was the one who really wanted to know, what do these notes mean? And then once I started learning what the notes meant, then I started to read music and play the music. And then once that wasn't enough for me, so then now I wanted to write my own music, and it just grew into. So that's the gift. What I'm talking. The I guess it's not even a gift. It's more like a desire, really. I mean, if you want to call a desire a gift, because not everyone. It's one of those rare desires in a person, Uh, but I'm still rambling on. What about this PC, this MPC? It's beautiful. It's heavy. It's bulky. It's nice. I like the fact that it's heavy and bulky. I like the fact that even though it's heavy and bulky, it's still portable, and it's a really cool thing that you can use to show off. like if you was trying to sell beats and you in a business of making, I don't care what you have in your inventory, you have to have this. I would say the reason why is because if I want to like I meet an artist, right, face to face. Oh, let's just say I'm the artist, and the producer has this machine right there in my face, and I'm like, yeah, and he asked me what kind of beat you know what I'm saying, you fucks with, and then he just pulls out his beat machine and that can fit in your backpack, and he lets me hear his beats on this thing. I would be so drawn to the machine, like, yo, that's an automatic seller right there. I'm gonna want him to do my beats, and I want him to do all my beats. Like, that's what would go through my mind. Like, if I'm a producer, I want somebody to be using some decent equipment. Now, don't get me wrong, I know some cats that can make a beat out of it. They can use anything and make a monster beat, whatever they got. Those are the real producers, if you ask me. Like, they just gonna weave something together, and it don't matter what instrument, what software, whatever. You like, yo, how you do that using Audacity? What? How did you do? Yeah, you be like, yo, these dudes be coming up with saying, they be these young cats too that just find they have the will. That's what it is. It's that will. It's that will. So it's really not a gift. It's really your willpower and how bad you want it. But let's back to this NPC. So I wanted the NPC basically so I could something that was gonna speed up my flow and really kind of inspire me to stay making the beat. Because a lot of times I make a beat and then kind of get stuck on something and then kind of get sidetracked, and then next thing you know, I ain't even gonna finish that beat. And then when I come back to it, I'm like, man, about this, I might as well just start something fresh. And then, finish that off. And then that half beat would just be sitting there. And I was like, it'd be really cool if I had a machine that helped like speed up my flow. I didn't need a computer, it's standalone, and it just, you know, you can you pretty much do anything on it. Now I ain't even gonna front. This is more than just making beats. Like you really can do everything on this thing. Like you could literally plug up your sound interface to it because it has inputs. It got two inputs. It got the analog, and then it has the auxiliary or the left and right, the quarter inch inputs. Those. So I got it plugged up so I could play my keyboard DAW. It'll take in the digital audio wave sound and process that. And I mean, when I say it sounds good, it sounds good. Microphone, just like I'm using my mic goes right into there, and I recorded some lyrics in there. I was like, yo, lyrics came out sounding clean, really clean. Like just with me sitting here, not in no studio booth, nothing like that. Like it sounded clean just off the gate. Then come to find out, you can go in there and mess around with the effects and modify. Cause to me, I ain't really looking to modify my voice too much. I'm one of those sound engineers to where I want to use as least amount of voice manipulation as possible to sync the voice with the track and like that. And I ain't listen. I'm not one of those I'm not a sound engineer. Let's get it like that. I've engineered for different people and stuff like that. I have, but only with rap music. So if I'm engineering, it'd just be me engineering. The only reason why I learned how to be a sound engineer is so I can engineer my own voice, basically. So that's that. So yeah, come to find out, that's why I say the pros is way outweigh the cons. Now, you can do pretty much everything with this thing. I've already made a couple of beats with it, and the beats sound legit. The first beat was kind of like a tutorial beat, so I kind of followed along. So I was basically copying what he did. I changed it up a little bit, but to me, that's not an original beat. Like for me, because I was going by, I was basically copying somebody else. And the beat, if you used to listen to their beat, it'll be pretty much almost the same thing, a little different. I changed it up a little bit, but so I don't really count that as a real thing. That's demo. But the beat that I made earlier, I wish I could pull it up. I wonder why it's not letting me open up that this time. Let me go to browse, go to places. Yeah, I'm on this NPC right now. I'm trying to get this thing. Find a song. Internal. Hold on. Oh, that's why. That is right. I took the drive out. Hold on, I gotta. That is right. Let me go ahead and shoot. You know what I think? The camera settings is off. It's on wrong. I gotta fix that too. Hold on, let me cause when I put it on big screen, it's mad blurry. Boy, let's see. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I gotta disconnect. Yeah, disconnect this. So next thing I gotta do is uh, what's the next thing I need to do to fix the camera? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Switch to that's live view. Here we go. This yeah, just change that back to S2. That should fix it. Yeah. Trying to get it to where it's, cause this autofocus thing, I can't get it to where the squares come off, like while I'm streaming. So until I figure out how to get that, I mean, I could take this and this back and get a better camera, but man, these cameras are too expensive. I can't afford it right now. Uh, but I mean, it looks good on mobile though, so I ain't gonna sweat it. As long as it looks pretty decent. I got a new phone and that camera looks good too. Sure does. But this one actually, when it's working right, like when I see how it's, like I wonder why I was trying to do window capture. See if I can do window capture. Professional folder, Microsoft Store. It wants to capture that window. Why I don't want to capture the window I want to capture? Windows graphic capture. Let me see. This is the window I want to capture. So, see if I can get it to view the live view looks good. It don't show that. Well, actually on autofocus, yes it do. It don't show the block though, the rectangle. Let's see here. See if we close that, maybe this will work. We select this, and since that's open, maybe now. Remote live. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, okay, cool. Um, I still don't like the fact that it's showing the whole, like on live. Yeah, live view shows the square too. Um, like I can't just show the live view by itself. That's the crazy thing. It's got like this little panel. Oh, I just turned the autofocus on. Face live. does it take that long to focus? Oh, now you see me. Okay, okay. So I guess you gotta really like have your face lined up with it. Okay, so on this view, it don't show. How can I get it to show just the screen though? Just the actual. Capture images are saved on the. Oh, I just right click it. Oh, there we go. Oh shit. What about this display stuff? I don't want to. I don't want that showing. Can I just right click that too? Come on, I'm being greedy. Now I'm being greedy. Now I'm being greedy. Oh, it has to be open. It has to be open the whole time. So I just gotta leave it open in the background and it's good. It's good to go. Oh, that's how. Okay, okay, I got you, I got you. All I gotta do is kind of like make this screen big enough to where it cuts out that other stuff, and then wham and bam, wham bam, alakazam. How you like me now? Pickle a lamb. Okay, let me stop. All right, is the autofocus working? Oh yeah, it's working, and I ain't even seeing no squares pop up. I fixed it. Boom, perfect. Okay, so yeah, now the camera's working fine, and everything it's on. It's on. It's listen. It's a cheap camera. As you can see, the autofocus is kind of slow. Well, it's not kind of slow. It's really slow, but it really is an upgrade to the cameras that I was using and what I'm used to using. So I'm not going to really complain about this. Um, Back to the MPC live number 2. Okay, what it do? So I made some beats that I do like. Let me just go ahead and start talking about what I don't like about it, or what I didn't like, or still don't like. It is definitely a learning curve, learning how to use this thing. For especially for a beginner, and I'm not talking about a person who's beginner at making music, but a beginner at using anything like this. Period. Like I'm not a MPC person. I'm not a MIDI like drum person. I don't even like doing drums on the. Usually when I do my drums, I use a mouse and I just input them in, and that's what I'm tired of doing that. And I was ready to change. That's why I got the MPC. I knew it was going to be a pain in the ass to kind of get in the groove of doing it that way. But I've seen other people do it, and I've actually done it before, and actually enjoyed doing the beat like. And I'm one of those people that don't really like. I have rhythm, but I'm not really in sync. You get what I'm saying? Like it takes. It takes me a while. Like some people, that's why that goes back to that gift thing that I was talking about. Some people are gifted, like they automatically hear something and just and they just automatically got it. Me, my brain gets in the way, and then all of a sudden, I start thinking, and then all of a sudden I get a beat, and then it just. So it's for me. It's something that I have to acquire as a talent. Like I don't have that talent yet, but as you can see, my talent is more as coming up with a melody and harmonic progressions and things like that, chord progressions and stuff like that. Like that's my forte. I could do that in my sleep, literally. But when it comes to like the drum and beats and stuff, I'm really kind of like a noob, like for real. Like I'm talking about like making it like that. Like don't get me wrong. I could make a sick twisted beat using a mouse and just input programming hardcore in that bad boy and just like, and it would sound like, and it'll have you bobbing your head. But that's just, to me, uh it's not the way I want to be doing it. I want everything to come out flowing and just live and just coming out you. You know what I'm saying? If that's my goal, if I want the music to come out you and just grab your attention, then yeah. If I want the music to have you like, oh, you in the mood to just kind of vibe and just yeah, I could do that on the flow. Now, like I was saying, I can't really do that when you have certain issues with like the sound, trying to get this thing to play. Like I'm telling you, if you don't, like, you really have to know how this thing is arranged in order to work it. And because the screen is small, and then you got your, I don't even have big hands, and I have trouble like really like touching stuff on here. It's not as responsive as like a touchscreen phone or nothing. Even though it's a touchscreen, it's not that. It's like one of them old school touchscreen type of responsive. Not now. I ain't talking about the graphics, but even the responsive time. You could tell the graphic card in here is not like, they probably got the cheapest graphic card they could possibly find. That actually works. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not into it, and there it is. It's very glitchy. Like, when I say very glitchy, it is very glitchy. As in, there's certain things you just can't do if you don't want it to freeze up on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to really treat it like it's a slow computer. The CPU, I can tell the CPU is not the top of the line CPU process. Like it's just, you could tell it was built like it was optimized to work just for to do a certain thing, and that's to make beats and make music. And I get all of that, but like, if you just don't think you could just be mashing buttons and like playing a bunch of loops all at once, like, or crazy loops, and have it processing super eternal, just too much inputs, that I wouldn't even try to do it like that. But to be honest with you, if you want a beat to sound good, like I said, simplicity is the best. That's all you need. It kind of teaches you to do that. It kind of teaches you, listen, stop that. Don't you? Listen, I know you want to take and use the DAW, use your keyboard, but you ain't even got to do that. We done set you up with a beat pack. We done set you up. Oh, yeah, and did I mention the software that comes with this bad boy? What I didn't know before I bought it, that it came with software. Matter of fact, I was really about to send this bitch back, because I was so mad at the fact that I'm like, man, it's really good, but it's lacking something. It's just something that is lacking, and I don't think it's worth this much money, because I'm having a hard time using it, and I felt like I could have had at least 2, 3, 4 beats made, making it the old school way. But I still, like I said, I still want to transition into making beats like a drummer, you know what I'm saying, and kind of really getting that feel, and just getting in the habit of doing that. And it's actually fun to do that, and it's just fun, better to make beats that way. So the software was the deal breaker. Like, that was that. I ain't gonna say deal breaker like a bad thing, but deal breaker as in a good thing, in a good way. Like, that was the thing that made the deal like stick. And say, okay, I ain't gonna turn it back. Once I saw how well the software, matter of fact, the software is just like the software in the actual, like the interface, user interface, except it's very, because I was complaining about the software and the machine. I'm like, man, this shit do too much, and I'm trying to, I just want to do this, but I don't know which button to switch to, and then after I do this pattern, I don't know what the, you get what I'm saying? Like my flow was like, I was like, this is really not helping my flow if I have to stop and think what I have to do next before I eat. You get what I'm saying? I should be able to just record my mixes and keep going. Like in Ableton Live, it's real easy to use Ableton Live. You can use this with Ableton Live. Now, did I use it with Ableton Live? No. They have software just for this thing that comes with it for free. Now, if you got the MPC one, you out of luck. You gotta pay. I think they want you to pay $100 for it. And if you got, no, I think 200 for that. And if you got the MPC X, you have to pay $100 for. But for the Live 2, it comes free. The software is specifically made for this machine right here, and it works with. Now, don't get me wrong. Is it worth paying $100 for the MPC one? You damn right. You better get that software. Like, depending on who you are and what you trying to do. Like a person like me, if you're like me, who is used to doing things on a keyboard and mouse, and you're trying to transition from mouse and keyboard to an actual MIDI controller slash standalone machine, this is the thing to get. Because like I said, I mean, I can go on and on about how, man, this thing is a beast. But when I discovered that, and I ain't even know I had the software. I checked my account. I was like, oh, what made me check my account? I was watching somebody else video, NPC video, you know, trying to figure this thing out, seeing how they work with it. And I saw him go on the computer and open up a software. I'm like, what the fuck is that? He ain't even explain what it was. I'm like, that must be the software that comes with it. Hold on, let me check my account. And I see, yo, they gave me a list of packages, sound packs. I mean, galore. And I say, so okay, see, this is what makes it worth $1,200, because I got my software that comes with it. You know, software can cost you $600-900. Like, they want money for these softwares these days, right? Software comes with it for free, so that's six. And if you ask me, the software, the way it's uniquely designed, bro, the software is definitely worth $300. If you ask me, it replaces FL. I'm not gonna say it replaces FL Studio, but it replaces, because you know FL Studio is a beast, but it replaces me having to always resort to FL Studio to do my vocals and to like mix my track. I can mix all my tracks right here in this software using their Ableton plugins and stuff like that. Mind you, I'm not, like I said, if you're like me who don't like to use a lot of plugins, I just want it to sound the way I want it to sound, and that's it. Using the least amount of stuff as possible. Now, if you're a sound engineer and you can hear how I could have did better, I can care less. But you know what I care about? The user who listens to my song and be like, yo, that's hard. They don't care about what kind of effects and stuff I use or how much effects I use. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the reason why I don't like using effects too much is because every time I do, I end up overdoing it. You get what I'm saying? And then I end up spending extra time over fucking up the song, messing up the song. You know what I'm saying? When it was already good from the get-go. So did it increase my workflow yet? No, it has not, because I'm still kind of really getting comfortable learning how to use it. But will it increase my workflow? Yes. And then let me go back. Actually, it does increase my workflow, because when I think about it, I spent a lot of time, even though I spent a lot of time learning how to use it, I still managed to get 2.5 beats completed. Like, sometimes messing with FL Studio, using a mouse and plot, I get lost and I lose my idea, and then I lose my vibe, and then I'm like, okay, well, then I'll come back and I'll do something else, because I'm like one of those people. Well, number one, I have my own company, so I got a million things to do. So if I get stuck on something, what I'll do is be like, okay, I'll come back to that and start work on something else that I know I can get done real quick. And then you get what I'm saying. But when it comes to music, you don't want to do that. When you work on a song, you want that song to get done in like 30 minutes, an hour top. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And then take a break, whatever, and then go work on another song. If you like me, I like to get in those modes where I'm just making song after song. I make a song, I'm like, okay, that's hot. I'll move on to another one and just, okay, that's hot. Boom, boom, boom. Like I'm putting shit together in like 10, 15 minutes and I'm moving on to another. Like I'm on a roll to make 10 beats a day type frame of mind. Not saying that this is how a producer should be, but it's good to be, where you just spend 24/7 just boom, 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 spitting out babies. You know what I'm saying? Just spitting out nuggets, gold nuggets, diamond nuggets, like that. And then, I think when you do it like that, you're more innovative. You come up with more creative stuff because you just taking pretty much everything and lacing it and like boom, boom, boom. I ain't even, oh, that sounds good. Okay, boom. Everything is, and that vibe, that same vibe tends to come out in your music, and then now you got a whole compilation of some beastified stuff. So that's why I got this thing. Can I do something like that with this? Oh yeah, I got something that man, I got something that I made. It ain't take me that long. I spent a lot of time on it. Don't get me wrong. I spent more time on it than I should because I forgot to save it and I lost some of it, so I had to kind of redo it. And because I kind of fell asleep all night after trying to learn it, and I finally learned it, and I get to working on the beat, and then it's like, man, I'm too tired to finish it. Forgot to save my progress. I saved my progress, but I didn't save everything. Like I lost some of it, so I had to redo that. And then, cause I took the auto save on it, I don't really like. That's another thing. It's certain things on this thing that's just so stupid. The auto save is dumb. Like I've never worked on a machine where the auto save makes you want to turn it off. And the auto, think about it. I done lost some stuff that make you like, man, you don't never want to turn auto save off. Is you crazy? I have a habit of saving stuff anyway, especially after what happened last night or this morning. But what basically what I'm really trying to say about the autosave is it'll stop you be in the middle of the project and it'll stop to do some auto saving shit and it load like it don't auto save in the background, it auto saves in the forefront. I'm like, I'm a music producer slash computer programmer, so I do know a little bit about asynchronous task, and if they could have just applied that method of algorithm, then they probably could solve that. It's an easy problem to fix. Now, I ain't gonna say it's an easy problem to fix, but it's like one of those issues that it's like, bro, you just how's you doing your code like for it ain't so auto. Who do they have programming like this? Is this a mom? A cop must be a really good mom and pop shop because like who did they pay to do their program? Maybe the owner let his son do it, and his son was like, "I can program it, Dad. I can do it. You don't have to pay anybody." And then because that's what it seemed like. Like yo, like he's on to something, but he kind of fucked up with that part. Like he forgot to take the tutorial on a synchronous task and make sure you have that task to perform in the background and not in the forefront, because it will do that in the middle of making your beat, and you like, yo, like I'm gonna put it back on, but I don't like it, man, because at the end of the day it does save your ass, but it will fuck up your workflow. I ain't gonna front. So I'm like, well, my workflow, I can always save him, but what if it crash and oh man, that hurt, because these NPCs, they gonna crash. Ain't every computer crashes. I don't care how fast, how good, it's gonna crash on you. All right, but anyway, so I got this beat. I know you can't really hear that. I'm gonna turn it up so you can hear. Now that's coming from the speakers. Sound good. Mind you, it got built-in speakers in here. Come on, man. You can't tell me. Oh yeah, the beat hard too, right? I know you like, yo, that beat hard. I don't know how well it's picking up through the mic, but I mean, I could let it go on and on. That beat is hard. That beat is hard. Actually, that's like, man, that's like one of my hardest beats ever. So, and I mean, I'm not saying I made a lot of good beats. So I'm not. Listen, I'm not no amateur at this beat making thing, but that right there is really literally, if not, I think that is my hardest beat. So, is it worth? Was it worth that much? Matter of fact, this beat that I made right here is worth more than the machine. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So I already got my money's worth out of it. Basically, I could, you know what I'm saying, send it back. Because I already done made a hobby and I ain't going to do that. I'm keeping this bad boy. Because, I mean, what I'm going to do with that money? I send it back, get the money, then what? It's going to get burnt. It's going to get burnt on a bill or something. Food, this, that, it add up. And then, boom. Ain't nothing going to replace this, though. You get what I'm saying? So, and the beat that I just made, think about it. I should have had this 2-3 months ago. I'd be probably the hottest thing on YouTube by now. But anyway, so I'm like, that's what I got going on. Now, after making that, I felt so good. I was like, okay, the NPC Akai is definitely official. I had some rocky moments where I was like, yo, fuck this. I'm sending this is some bullshit. I'm sending it back. Like I had like this issue with the metronome, which I might have to do a video specifically on that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do it right. Well, no, I'm gonna do it because I can't really show you. I don't have it set up to really show you how it looks on here. But what was I saying though? What was I saying? The metronome, like let's say I'm trying to record, right? You trying to record a beat, and when you hit record, what's the first thing you do? You expect to happen when you hit record. Exactly. You expect for the metronome to kick in and count 4 beats. More than likely. I mean, if you're not, maybe if you're some fancy dude that uses 2 beats, or 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3s, okay, fine. But generally you want it to count in, right? Now they have a feature on there where you can actually control how the tick sound. You can control the count in on like whether you want how like I said, you can change the beat up how you want it to come in on 3, 1, 2, 3, boom, 2, 1, 2, 3, boom, 2, 3, like that, or whatever. You can fix the measure how you want it, but I'm sitting up here trying to show somebody like, yo, this don't work fat. Like, let me show you, and I'm about to record and add something to it. The counting is not. It just stops working. It's just not working for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I just clicked something. I don't know, right? And I'm looking. I spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out why is the counting not working. So I finally go into settings, and okay, like I'm gonna try it now. Okay, it works that time, right? Alright, now I'm gonna go into settings. Go to menu, click set. No, I ain't even got. Just go to menu, and it has this thing right here that says sync at the top. I double click that. Scroll to MIDI clock. Now, when I switch it to MIDI clock, at first I had it off. I had sync off by default. But I was just messing with MIDI clock. But and the reason why I put it on MIDI clock is because my keyboard is connected MIDI to, because that's another thing, you can connect it MIDI with your keyboard. I mean, yo, this thing. So if you're a keyboard person trying to incorporate this into your life, this is the one to get. I ain't talk. Listen to me. You can spend the extra $1,000 and get the MPX, but guess what? You're gonna have to pay additional $200, either $100 or $200 for the software to go with the thing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like, if you got the software, you really don't need all them extra buttons that they have on the MP. But then again, you might be a button knob person. Me personally, the less buttons, I ain't gonna say the less the better, but just give me the buttons that I need. All those extra knobs and stuff, that's more work. That's just more work for me. Like, I'm not gonna be using them. I ain't one of them knobs everywhere. I ain't, nah, man. Nah, I ain't with all of that. Like, I just don't spend that much time trying to perfect the turning of the knobs and changing with the effects. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not an effect type person. To me pressing the keyboard on the piano is an effect. That's enough effect. The sounds that I come up with when I'm freestyling on the piano and beat machine, that's an effect right there. So why am I like, that really matters? Like, come on, son. That's just okay. You just show somebody that you could put your leg behind your neck and make your bones, like, you know how they got them dancers who can do the look like their bones is coming up, like they don't really have a spine or whatever. And yeah, it's really cool that you can do that, but you're still not gonna win the dance contest because it's just not that exciting to watch. Even though not many people can do it, and you're like one of the only few who can, it still doesn't change the fact that I don't care to watch that. Saying, not saying that people who make user effects and all that, their music is whack. No, I'm just saying I'm not one of those. So let's move on. All right, another reason why the MPC gave me problems, it was really that. It was just like those little things. Okay, yeah, the MIDI clock. I switched it to MIDI clock. Now go back to main, and now I try to overdub, and it works this time. It works this time. This is what I'm saying. I have no idea why it stopped working or why it was glitching. Maybe it had something to do with the software mappings with the software, and I might have clicked, because you know I got the MIDI controller on, right? And maybe I hit something with the tempo button on the keyboard, and it kind of like triggered some kind of malfunction. I have no idea. What I do know is when it does do that, shut the machine off, turn it back on. You know what they, you know the drill. You know the drill. And see, If it's something that should be working that's not working, and you like, come on now, I done covered all my tracks and looked at everything. There can't be nothing I did wrong. Then chances are it's the software is glitchy and you just need to kind of like restart it. Um, and that's basically it. And don't be trying to show people. Oh boy. I hate when it does that. The auto shuttle off. Yeah, and don't be sitting up there trying to show people stuff until you have everything perfected. Cause I noticed that every time I try to show somebody something, that's when things tend to want to go wrong. And I'm like, what's up with that? But anyway, hmm? Oh, that went out. That's why I'm seeing that. I knew it was something. I'm trying to get it back to that screen. There you go. No, that's not it though. How do I get to the live focus thing again? I forgot. It's right there. Oh, I gotta reset the settings. I gotta put this on. Voila. Let it get my face. And oh, it didn't get it. Nope. Why does it? I gotta be close to it. Basically, I'm trying to get the square to go away. The only way it'll go away is if okay, and it just went off. Why does it keep going off? Um, show overlay image. Show grid, show guys, angle. Live view. Quick mode. turn it off on quick mode. They let you turn it off. Man, I wish I knew that. Autofocus. Okay, good. Now the autofocus is working without showing the square. So now I could window capture. There we go. Just gotta play with it, you know. That's the only thing I don't like about the camera is, you know, you got it's almost like you gotta rig it in order for it to work. But I mean, it's like I said, it's still an upgrade. It's an expensive upgrade, but it's not as expensive as it could have been, you know. Let me turn this mic up. It's not up all the way. Yeah, so I mean, is the MPC worth it? Every time I listen to this beat that I make, it's like, oh my God. I finished it off today. Really, I made it today because I started on it like early this morning, like 1 o'clock this morning. But it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it. Like the sound packs they give you with it, the I can't say much about the customer service because it didn't get that bad to where I had to call them and be like, yo man, I need some help with this thing. And I'm pretty sure that if it got that bad, I probably wouldn't have found good customer service. Because my thing is, companies that make stuff like this, like they pretty much know who they making it for. So they test it to make sure before they even put it out. They already know. I'm just saying, like, if I'm asking them how to do something like really small, they're gonna just, I don't know. It's just, and then if you ask somebody else who uses it, they gonna. It's almost as if they don't want to tell you. They don't want to help you. They want to scold you for not knowing how to do something. They be like, "Oh, the answer to that question is so easy. Why don't you just Google it?" I'm like, I did, and it landed me here in this forum. So I just found it in 5 minutes. You still can't find it? I'm like, no. Can you please help me? Well, I guess that's just too bad. You be like, okay, why are you even responding to my questions if you're not going to help me? I don't like who I'm trying to put my mind or my like self in their shoes and understand who goes online searching for forums to answer questions and give people stupid answers. Like, who does that? Is this a bot or is this real people that do that? Like, they have no lives. Like you're searching to scold people on what they don't know, people who really try to get help, and instead of answer them, you have the answer, but you won't give it to them. Or maybe it's they don't really have the answer. They just want to scold people. Anyway, so it didn't get to the point where I had to, go on forums and stuff like that. I watched the tutorials. I dug deep and played with it enough to where I could figure it out. It's not one of those things where it's just like, don't get me wrong. If you have any form of impatience in you like me, you will be ready to take it back in the first couple of days. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You be like, yo, this is some fucking bullshit. I'm just wanna be, and I just can't get a be on this thing. I keep watching other people, and they got videos of making cool beats on their machine, and I just can't get to the next. I can't get the sound to play through here, and I'm already thinking how I want to hook it up at the same time while I'm trying to make a beat, and it's just going crazy. Like, yeah, the first couple of days is hell, but on the third day, you will rise. Like, you will see. It's something about the number three. Like, after 3 days or 3.5 days, it's like that's when you go through hell and then you come resurrected. Like, you see where I'm going with this, but you get what I mean. Like, it's like that. It was like that. The experience really was like that. So, what am I saying? You should definitely get the NPC too. Like, this is something that I definitely do recommend. Um, and I'm not one to tell you to get expensive stuff. Can you get the NPC one? Yeah. I almost got it. It was cheap. I would have saved $500, right? Check this out. I would have saved $500, but well, let me take that back because you got different ones. Matter of fact, let me look it up right now. I don't really know how much the NPC one actually, because they have an NPC one and then they have another NPC one. Like, there's two different kinds. It's like an NPC one and then you got an NPC live one. So versus NPC live. Okay, yeah. So you got an NPC one and then you got NPC live. That's what it is. For the NPC live, the software is $100, but for the NPC one, it's $200. Now the NPC one is like $6.99, about $700. So you save $500 getting that, but the NPC live, yeah, see, they want money for the live, and that's used on eBay. They already want 780 used, so you already know. Let's say NPC live, brand new, they want $1,000 for it. So basically, you gonna pay an extra $200 for the live one. I mean the part two. Now, if you ask me, getting the part one is dumb as hell. As a matter of fact, if I had an NPC live one, I would be pissed the fuck off. I ain't even on front. I would be mad. Like, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, you mean to tell me y'all gonna come out with a better version of what I already have that has a speaker attached to it and it got the buttons upgraded the way it should have been in the first place? So you got me for $1,000 for a beta version piece of shit? Cause that's what it is. I would be so mad. Matter of fact, I probably would have sent that bad boy back, cause it ain't even come with the software that it's supposed to come with. Like, you gotta pay. Then you had the nerve to charge me for the software that should have came with the shit in the first place. You gonna charge me $100 extra, and only charge them $1,200 for this new one that you built that has a freaking built-in speaker. Now, I know some people like, man, I don't really need no built-in speaker. Yeah, but you say that and then you have one and you like, yo, every NPC you get after that, you gonna expect it to have a speaker. You gonna be like, yo, where the speaker at, yo? Where the speaker on this joint, yo? Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, you don't appreciate it until it's going. Now, I'm gonna tell you, if you ain't got enough money to get the two, the best buy would get the NPC one, and I'm gonna tell you why. It looks like this bad boy. It got a touchscreen on it. It's not as big, but trust me, the one on here ain't even big enough. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna need to use the compute software with it. But that's the kicker. You still gonna want to spend $200 for that software, because it's not like it's got a speaker built into it, so it's not portable. It's smaller, and it really looks like the buttons. I like the way the I can, from looking at it, the buttons and everything. I feel like that one is easy to use than this one. Like as far as navigating and getting through it and just getting your beat out the way. I think it's a and that's just me. That's just a hunch. Um, but the $200 that you gotta pay, so you only saving $300. Once again, you done spent 600 plus some change because they want 623, but I seen one for 690. No, no, I seen one for 699, 700. So you gonna pay like $900 and some change. You gonna pay about $1,000 after tax. Uh, and that's just saying that you bought the software with it, cause you gonna want the software. If you get it without the software, it's gonna be like, this shit is, Especially knowing that there's an NPC Live 2 floating around, you gonna be looking at it like, but he got the Live 2 though, and he got the software. So if you try to be like me and have the software, it's gonna cost you $200. You gonna pay $900, right? You gonna pay $900. If you get the NPC one, you gonna pay $1,000 just for the NPC one, right? So that saves you $200. Oh no, you only save $100 because you're gonna want the software with that, and that's gonna cost you $1,100 plus tax, about $1,200. Yeah, you ain't saving much there. So they kind of forcing you to get the Live 2. Like they already knew they was gonna put this out. That's dirty, yo. I ain't gonna front. That's dirty. Yo, I'll be so tight about that. I'll be like, yo, you give me my Live 2 and you take this one. You better give me my Live 2. I paid for it. Maybe charge me an extra couple of $100 and give you my Live 2, because yo, I will be tight about that. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I done made beats and got paid off of the beats within the time, between the time they came out with it and everything, okay, yeah. But if I had just bought it and then didn't know that the next couple of months they was coming out with a new one, oh yeah, I would be. Ooh. But I ain't gonna lie to you, these companies, they could do that because they got the upper hand. It's like, who's the competition? Like, for real, they make the best ones, them and maybe a few others, and then that's it. So you at their discretion. But I'm lucked up because I bought it right just in time. You know what I'm saying? I came in when it was, because I think this really just came out in April this year. So I don't even know how long it's been out, but it's fairly new, and it's a beast machine. I mean, boy, when I tell you this thing, now the NPCX, I ain't gonna lie, that right there is a monster. Like I talk junk about it because I ain't getting it. They want 22,000. They want an extra $1,000 for that bad boy. Now I'm gonna be like this, bruh. When I look at the inputs on the back, now if they had some extra inputs on it, I'd be like, you know what? The extra $1,000 ain't really too bad, because I might end up having to spend $800 on, you get what I'm saying, on the interface. But if it could kind of like replace me having to get an extra interface to hook some extra stuff up, then okay, yeah. Or a mixer, then yeah, it's worth the extra $1,000. But no, it's just more buttons. Listen, I'm not a fan of extra, but I'm not a fan of a lot of buttons, yo. I just wanted the shit to do what it's supposed to do, and that's make beats. That's it. That's it. That's really what I needed to do. It can look ugly for all I care. If it does what it's supposed to do, fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on it. My workflow is good with it. and I don't have no problem. But like I said, with this thing right here, it's a beat seller in itself. Like you could just take this somewhere and it's gonna attract people to you. Now I ain't gonna say take it anywhere and get robbed. But what I'm saying is like somebody who makes music, they gonna see you with it and be like, and see you in the park just boom, 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 making beats and hear how yo this shit. You know what I'm saying? And then even though it's portable, I still have a battery pack for just in case. So let's say you one of them cats that just love to be outside all the time, all day. This battery gonna last for you a good 5 to 8 hours by itself. So imagine if you have a battery pack, man. You could be out all day, all night, just boom, 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 jamming. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you gonna have to take a break at some point, get some drink, eat, whatever, go home, charge your battery back up. You know what I mean, or your portable charger, whatever. But you get what I'm saying. Like the fact that it's portable and it has speakers that thump. That's the part that I'm talking about. The fact that it's portable and it has speakers that thump. Like you ain't really gonna get that nowhere else. I'm sorry. That Bluetooth shit. I don't want to hear nothing about no Bluetooth lagging stuff. So, I'm just saying, man, you just don't know this thing right here. It's listen to this thing thump. Listen to it thump. Just listen to this. I'm gonna turn the mic up. Mind you, the mic is right by the speaker, so you can probably should be able to feel that right there. Yeah, I made that beat. I made that beat. Yeah, I made that. Yeah, that's me, Tru Zillah. That's me, Tru Zillah. It ain't gonna look like I'm on rhythm because the sound ain't really in sync, but it's all good. With like, you know, the video and little stream lag. Yo, I be in the studio. Studio, oh. Studio, I be in the studio. Oh. You hear that chorus? Man, listen. I ain't really gotta say no more than that. Like you can already hear that, and that's not me running it through the sound. Like you know, where you hearing the sound from the speakers to through the mic, and you can tell from that the speakers dump. Yo, they dump like some better than your Bluetooth speakers type speaker. Like these shits dump. They got some feeling in it and everything. Like okay, so it's sitting on my lap and I can feel it, yo. I'm telling you. And then it streams, it's Wi-Fi. You can get beats, you get sounds from everywhere, and don't have to go nowhere. You don't even have to use your I mean, of course you're gonna want to use your SD card, thumb drive, whatever, USB storage, whatever you want to use. You can use that just to save your music on, but you ain't gotta use that to store like beats and stuff. It comes with package. It comes with everything you need to make whatever you need, and they got mad tutorials. I mean, I'm really impressed with the tutorials that they have. Actually, the way they do their tutorials for this thing is really good. If you are a person who never made a beat in your life and you watch their tutorials, it will turn you into a beat maker just like that. In one day, you would become, you would know how to make beats. Like they I've learned some stuff about making beats from watching their tutorials that I didn't even know. Like there's certain like ways to arrange a beat. I didn't really know the structure of a beat. The way they talk about the structure of a beat and everything, I know it, but I don't know. Like I as I was making the beats, I knew I was doing this all the time, but I didn't know that I was like I needed these transitions here and here. How can I put it? Like I didn't know the terminology. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know the terminology. They get get you to really have a more structured view on making a beat. It's actually not just teaching you how to use their machine, but it's really teaching you how to make beats, how to make any song. So that's really dope. Um, and they show you about flow, and they really focus on showing you the different ways that you can actually make songs. Like you can make songs on here in a number of ways, but that's my take on the NPC Live 2. And that's just real. I ain't getting no sponsor for this video. I had to actually pay for this. I bought this machine myself. I will drop a link in the description for you to get it off of Amazon, because I bought it from Amazon. And yeah, it'll probably get to you in like 2 days if it ain't sold out already. But yeah, I mean, that's just helping me out with, bills and stuff, because this is all I'm really doing right now is streaming and making music, building websites. I took a break from building websites. I'm gonna focus more on like content delivery, music, and like just really trying to get my show off the ground and get some followers, get an audience, get some people to talk to, and hang out in Ubio Studio and see how I do, see how we do, you know, how we do. But that's basically where I'm at. Like I'm really not, trying to do nothing extraordinary besides just being myself, staying legit, keeping it real, staying trill in the Ville. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, so um, go ahead and roll up. Roll me a L. Man, I've been drinking this juice. I made some juice earlier today, man. It's good. I I get like a bag of apples, right? Some spinach, kale. If I got some, I didn't have any kale today, but I saw you spinach, some broccoli. I don't use the head of the broccoli. I use the stem, broccoli stem. Um, bell pepper, one bell pepper. Mind you, I'm using a whole bag of apples. To like one bell pepper, half a bag of spinach, uh, uh, two celeries, one whole large cucumber, and that's it. I think that's it. Spinach, kale, and that's it. Straight green juice, right here. I don't know. The camera ain't really auto focusing like I wanted to, like I needed to. But I mean, it's focusing on my face. But yeah, that's it right there. And it's so good. It's just straight natural. I just juice it. I got a juicer. And it's straight and all natural. And it's so good. Like, it gives me energy. I don't eat. Well, I eat, but I don't like to eat a lot of junk food without putting some good stuff in me. And when I say junk food, I'm talking about like meat, just stuff that's hard for the body to digest. Don't have no nutrition, but it just pretty much fill up your gut. So I always had this juice every morning. I make this juice and drink it pretty much the whole enchilada. It's like, yeah, the whole bag is in one day. So think about it. I'm getting a whole bag of apples, whole bell pepper, a half a bag of spinach, um, two celery, and a big ass broccoli stem about like this long in my body every day. Think about that. Well, I ain't gonna say every day because I'll be missing days. But if I was to do it every day, like I went a week, I did it for like a whole week one time, and man, when I say it gave me so much energy, it gave me so much energy, it was ridiculous. What I'm looking for? Oh, yeah, I like to mix my herb. I get the cheap herb, the herb that don't really have that effect to it. It got more like CBD effect to it. It's high in CBD but low in THC. I get that because it's cheaper, right? Then I get the expensive one, and I just take a little bit of that and mix it, and it just, oh man, it's good. It's not bad. Now I ain't gonna front like herb. They say it ain't good for your brain, and I say it's not good if you abuse it. Me, I abuse it, so it ain't good. That's why I need to quit. You know what I'm saying? I be abusing it, so I'm looking to make this my last stash. Like I ain't gonna get no more. Cause usually when I get some, I get like a whole lot. I get like a big, like a lot. I don't be back and forth, back and forth. Nah, I ain't with all of that. Just give me the whole bag, man. Give me the whole thing. something that's gonna last me like 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, be smoking on some shit. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh yeah, I gotta reset the thing all over again. Hold on, is it? Will it focus on this cup now? But that autofocus is crap. But the video is kind of crappy. um, Basically, what I gotta do is come back here and refocus and give me that green light. Oh no, I ain't even had to do that. All I had to do is turn that off. And then wham bam alakazam. What's that? What's up with that? Hold on. Oh. Here we go. There we go. Oh. There we go. Back to life. Back to reality. Back to. Yeah, you know I go back. You know I go way back if I'm singing that. You know I'm an 80s baby. If I'm singing that. Ooh, so, um, the NBA Finals. You know how I know that basketball will never be the same when the NBA Finals is on and I don't even watch it. That's bad. Like when the NBA Finals, I don't care who playing, even if it's two teams I don't care for or like, I'll still watch it just because it's the NBA Finals. This one, I watched like a couple of games and was like, oh, this is whack, man. This is so fixed and it's too fixed. Now, there's people in sports ain't gonna tell you that because, you know, they ain't trying to lose their job, man. That's how they get paid. Like they they want you to believe it's real because if they knew if they told you that it was fake, they know you not gonna watch their show no more. They're gonna be like, well, then what's the point of us talking about this? It's fake anyway, right? So they have to talk about it like it's real because it's their job. They get paid to do this. They're what you call sellouts. And I'm not saying they sold their people out and this and that. I'm not saying when I say sellout, it's exactly what it is. Somebody pays you to do something, and you know it's some bullshit, but hey, you getting paid to do it, so you basically sell. You a sellout. Me, I'm not a sellout. I don't care what my situation is. I'm not going to um be fake for nobody. That's why I wouldn't even put myself in a situation where I had to depend on somebody like that. You get what I'm saying? Like that's why I started my own company. That's why I started my own businesses because I know I'm not a sellout. You hear what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a sellout. So in other words, yeah, it starts off innocent. I'm doing my passion job I wanted to do. I aspire to do this. It's a job that I like. Career. And then suddenly it come to me one day and then they want me to sell out. And I know it's some BS, but because I done spent so much time and energy in this career, guess what I'm gonna end up doing? I'm gonna sell out because I've been conditioned to already. But if I got my own company, my own business, it's really nothing you can do. Like I'm the owner. This is how we run things. That's it. Ain't no ifs, ands, buts, and maybes. Like that's it. I'm not gonna sell out, and I'm not gonna try to make a person sell out. I'm like, that's against. Matter of fact, that's against my company's slogan. You be you. You be yourself. Like that's it. Nothing more. Nothing less. Just be yourself. Anything besides that is fraud. You're a fraud. I don't want no frauds working with me. And I notice I didn't say working for me. I said working with me. Because if you're working under my company or the company that I formed or created, because it's not my company. It's a company that exists. It existed in my mind, of course, but it doesn't make it my company. Like I'm starting to realize things are not yours. Things are not mine. It's just like this NPC. This NPC is not mine. I bought it. I own it, but it's still not mine. How can I put it? Like ultimately, it's not mine. Even this body, it's not mine. Like I'm in it. I'm using it, but it doesn't really. Like I didn't design it. You get what I'm saying? I didn't come up with the. Unless I did, and I just made myself forget because I wanted to enjoy the human experience. That's just a theory, right? We're not sure. We don't really know for sure. Stop acting like we do, and we be alright. I wonder if he gonna hit me back up. Niggas is in the sleep. Mothers is in the bed. Yeah, so like I said, I'm just man, I'm just chilling, bro. Straight up chilling. Every time I do a video like this, it's I've been working real hard and I need to take a break, so I'm gonna so I'll do a stream knowing that ain't nobody really watching, but you know it's recording it and then I can always go back and edit it and see and learn from my videos, you know. But I'm gonna start uploading videos like I'm gonna start putting out some like some real video, some real content, edited, modified type stuff. And it's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. So man, that stuff is good, yo. It's really good. I should patent that. Like I should make that and sell it. It's good. I never had anything like it. You buy the smoothies in the store, the vegetable smoothies, or whatever they supposed to be. They don't be that good. It don't taste like that. It don't even taste like that. They taste like they add mad sugar in it. Like they be super sweet and tart. It don't taste like that. It tastes good. Like you'd be surprised how you mix, cause the apple juice, I put a lot of apples in it, so that's already gonna make it nice and sweet. But you'd be surprised how those flavors blend in together into a juice. It really tastes good. Like it's really satisfying. I wouldn't even try to sell it. Why sell the juice? Why not just teach people how to make their own? It's not hard. Just get you a juicer. Get you a juicer and just start juicing stuff. Put it in a big container. I think I'm gonna start getting more containers so I can juice like a whole bunch of stuff, and then just what I'm saying, get like a deep freezer, and then just put everything in there. You know what I'm saying? Just have it stocked up on it, and put in it and freeze it and put these like freezer pouches and stuff like that, and then just now I might be able to sell that because that way you don't have to put no preservatives in it. It's frozen, and you sell it as frozen, and then there you go, wham bam, all 100% natural. Now, what's in the actual vegetables that they be feeding? But I mean, damn, if I can't eat fruits and vegetables, what can I eat? Yo, I be starving. Like niggas just trying to starve you. Look, oh, I see you. I see you. Like it was hot and so I'm just really just Yeah, so I mean, when I think about it, it's like this, yo. Love is all we need. Love is all we really need. Like, if you really want to look at it, I know that sounds kind of cliche-ish, but it really is. Like, if people just learn how to love one another, life would just be so much easier, man. Like, why do we complicate it with extra stuff, making it harder than it already is? Like, or just not even making it harder than what it is. Life ain't really hard. We make it hard. It's making it hard. Period. And that's not really what I was really gonna. What I originally was gonna say. Taking the fun out of life. Like life is supposed to be a good experience, not hating and cussing and yelling and screaming and hurting and crying and sobbing. And, you know, that's what these people are doing, man. They trying to make sure. I already see they got these agents. They trying to they trying to keep me in the matrix. That's what they trying to do. I've noticed that. I'm slowly, not even slow. Nah, I am slowly. I'm slowly like escaping, like drifting away from it. Like not even trying hard, but just, and I can see they trying to pull me back in to this matrix. Like, yo, they really want you to believe what they want you to believe. Like, they really want you to believe it. And it's like, why do you want me to believe this so much? And why do you send, how is it that you send out all of these different people, you know what I'm saying, to do that? Like, that's always what they try to do. They never try to do anything else. It's very obvious that they're trying to. And I know I done got off of the music tip and everything. Now I'm talking about, agents and like, yo, if you ever see the movie Matrix, like, and you notice how the agents could basically be anywhere, like anywhere that there was sent somebody in the Matrix that wasn't woke out of the Matrix or wasn't aware that they was in the Matrix could become an agent, just like that. Just anybody. That's how they. That's how they is. I done got to. I done got so. I ain't gonna say I. I'm gonna say we, because it's not just me. It's other higher entities above me that's manipulating me. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're pulling me away from this matrix, and they're saying, not saying, but they're relaying the message or the signal. The signal that I'm getting is just keep on thriving. Just keep on thriving. Just keep on pushing forward. You don't have to know where it's gonna end. You're gonna end up, but just know that it's not stuck inside the matrix. You get what I'm saying? Like the mind, like my mindset is closer to the answer than I might realize. Is what I'm starting to discover. Like, I'm really starting to see that. Um, Man, like we really, man, came a long way. with like how we live on Earth and how we treat each other and things like that. Like I'm starting to notice that a lot of people are nice. There's a lot of good people in this world. Like I wasn't taught that coming up. I was always taught that majority of the world is bad people. And most of these people in this world are all corrupt and evil and most people like in the Bible, what did it say? Broad and spacious is the road leading to death, and narrow is the road leading to life. And like you be like, man, after reading that, you just automatically, I'm automatically saying like, damn, man, that means pretty much everybody is. I can't mess with them because they something wrong with them. But see, really, what he was saying was he wasn't really calling everyone wicked. What he really was saying was, even though we all have the potential to all be saved and all, I ain't even gonna use the word saved, but secure, to all, to be secure in our destination. The problem is we're conditioned to not be. We're conditioned to be insecure of our destination, and that we always have to keep striving or striding or in a direction that's oftenly leading us in the same uh, useless results. Like, what do I mean? Okay, church. People that go to church, right? They go to church every week, some twice a week, some once a week, some 3 times a week, whatever their schedule is. Some every once in a while, But I'm talking about those who religiously, they go, and then I noticed this pattern. There's like a line. There's like a really really thin line. You have the ones that go and they really like have faith. They have a lot of faith, right? And they got a lot of faith, and they believe the word, and everything that they're saying and everything that they preaching is true to the heart. Like, so in essence, they're true. They're speaking the truth, even if the information that they have is somehow misconstrued. They still are speaking the truth because it's coming from a true place, right? You have people that's like, I've met at least one person like that. You get what I'm saying? And I know that this person, I could vibe and tell that this person was really, they saw something in me that brought that, I guess, that out of them even more to want to pull me into the direction of Christianity. Like I said, their religion, but ultimately their religion, right? But and so I'm like, okay, and Christianity changed their life, right? You have those. Then you have the ones who they and let me go back. And people like that are generally, this person that I'm speaking from experience was alone. I'm just gonna keep it real. They were alone. And what do I mean by alone? Do I mean that they had no family, no friends that they could? No, I didn't mean like that. What I mean by alone was they were alone on their journey and wanted to be righteous, wanted to be in good standing with the governors of the universe, of life, the creator, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to use one specific name because there's many names, many people, many beliefs, many languages, right? But what I am saying is that the Almighty, right? I noticed that she was alone. It doesn't matter whether it's just a he or she. But you get what I'm saying. This person was alone. I did sense that, so you can see the desperation for to get away from people who were, cause that wasn't doing them any good, and get close to God, right? And people who are of God and speak godly things, that tend to be, the outlet. Okay, that's that one person. Then you have the majority that they're just going through the motion, right? They just going through the motion. They not really, they don't really have faith. You get what I'm saying? Like, what do I mean? Their faith is not even a little bit. They don't have any faith. Like, their faith, they have faith, but it's not godly faith. Like, they're going through the motion, and they're basically, everything is just more like it's more of a social event than it is truly godly. What do I really mean by this? They're so focused on earth. I ain't gonna say earthly things, because then I'm gonna sound like, all right. They're so focused on do's and don'ts, right? Technicalities, knowledge base. Like, what do I mean by knowledge base? Knowledge of, facts. Knowledge of certain facts. And usually these facts, right? All of these facts derive from one book. That derives from many books. That derive from many books. That derive from many books from long ago. And this is ignored. This is just, we just gonna forget about that. We're gonna turn a blind eye to that one. We're gonna just turn a blind eye to that one. And let's just not remember, in each and every last one of these books, I'm gonna get one. It has a copyright. And the copyright doesn't have nothing to do. It doesn't have God's name attached to it at all. At all. It's like, huh? So they basically telling you they plagiarizing. They telling you this. They telling you we took something else and we fixed it up into a product. See, the more you know about business, and if you educate yourself, if anyone educates themselves on business, like how to run a business, I ain't even gonna say that. If you just start a business, right, and you do everything about a book, and you read up on what you're supposed to do, then you start to understand and see things in a different light. And then once you see things in this different light, you gonna look around and say, hold up. Soon as you look into things like, you know what, maybe I should start me a foundation. And then you start to understand like what type of forms that you have to fill out in order to have a foundation, and the 506. In other words, you have to get permission from the government. The man-made government, right? You have to get permission from these people or these individuals. The state, the IRS, you have to submit to these people. You have to submit applications to these people. You have to get jurisdiction through these entities, right? Now, these entities are not godly entities. As a matter of fact, the Bible speaks against these entities. Well, I ain't even gonna say that. I'm not gonna say the Bible, because that wouldn't be fair. Well, actually, the Bible does, but let's just be more specific.
of where I get my information. Uh, my information is religious, so it derived. I was born into religion, so I can rightfully say that um, most of the information that I've been taught based on the Bible is connected to a religious doctrine. You get what I'm saying? A doctrine is attached to the Bible. It's not just the Bible. Because think about it. If it was just. Okay, now I got to go back to fixing this. So I guess I'm going for a brief commercial. Because I got to fix this real quick. But it's all good. Um, all right, so back to what I was saying. Okay, so I really was gonna say that's what I was gonna grab. In the beginning of these books, they tell you it says now this one says it was made in the United States of America. It tells you where it was made at, has the address, Wallkill, New York. Um, Now this page, and I mean this page. Now this is the first. Okay, let's see what's on the first page. First page. Before we get into the books, this is what I pay attention to. And I ain't. This is unprepared. This is straight me freestyling. I'm just being myself. This is what comes to mind, right? Because I trust a higher entity than the the people who put this thing together, right? So, or just as the people who put this together, okay? So, I don't know the people who put this together, okay? So let's see what it says. It says first on the first page, it says New World Translation of Holy Scriptures, rendered from the original languages by the New World Bible Translation Committee. Now, notice what this thing says in the beginning. Now, I'm catching this. I'm catching this because I done heard all kinds of stuff about the New World. Listen, I'm not a man of like just my word. So I like to just go ahead and look for the pool. I don't know if it's on the 20. I know it's on the $1 bill. I don't think I have a $1 bill though. I'll probably do somewhere, but I don't really feel like digging for it. It's another 20. I wouldn't be surprised if it's on here too. Somewhere on here. You're gonna see something about the New World Order. But yeah, it's not on here. It's right here. It says the no, that's the White House. But the $1 bill that belongs to the Federal Reserve has something about the New World Order. But anyway, uh, let's just say that's not a connection, right? Let's not go that deep. But it says rendered from the original languages, from the original languages by the New World Bible Translation Committee. Now they didn't say what the original language from. They didn't even say that it was from the original scrolls. They just said from the original languages. Revised. Notice it says revised to 2013. So this is a revised copy of something that was revised, of something that was revised, of something that was revised. So this was revised. They telling you this right here. Listen. Even though it says New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. Now, that logo right, this I'm not gonna do that because I might get banned for use because this stuff is Like they have copyrights for this stuff. But the whole thing is a logo. The way it's written, it's a logo. That's a trademark. That's owned. That has to be registered. I ain't gonna say it has to. It can be, but I'm pretty sure it is. But I could be wrong. But whenever I see a logo like that, I already know, as a business owner, that's a process. They're already telling you that it's being rendered. So it's not its original form. It's being rendered from the original languages by who? It says by the New World Bible Translation Committee. Who is that? Now, when that's a title, that's an organization. That's, you get what I'm saying? Like that's a label. That's a entity, right? The New World Bible, and then the thing about it is written in all caps, which lets me know that it's an entity. How do I know? I can show you on my paperwork when I get back from the state. When they put my business name, they put it in all caps, letting you know that this is an entity. This is not just a person. Like, this is a group. It even said committee. So it's a committee. All right. Then it says, this is what the sovereign Lord Jehovah Yahweh says. Look, I am creating new heavens and a new earth, and the former things will not be called to mind, nor will they come up into heart. That's the first. That's the scripture that that's on this page, and this was in 2013 when they revised it and put this. The old one didn't have the scripture in here saying that like that. So why did they choose that scripture, right? I mean, I can go that deep. Let's say we're not gonna go that deep. They said the scripture, but they're not even giving. Listen, they're not even saying that this is God's word on this page. You would think the first thing a person, like, if I was rewriting the Bible, the first thing I'm gonna say is what? Listen, this is not my book. This is God's book, and this is his. So really, he gets all the credit, right? I be afraid, like, to kind of, like, not upset God. I mean, you should not want to upset God, but what I'm saying is more afraid of just not, just, I don't want to be rude. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be. It's called being courteous. I just want to be courteous I would want that would be the courteous and considerate thing to do when you're taking someone else's word and saying it's my responsibility, and then I'm gonna do this, right? All right, that's the first page. I'm reading it first page. See, usually when you read the Bible, you want to read the first book, Genesis. You skip all the other pages. Nah, read what this stuff say. Now, the next page, on the other side of that page that I just read, says 2013 Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania. So this ain't even the one from. So hold on. You got the New World Committee, but then you got of Pennsylvania right here. Then you got the publishers. That's got the address there. Then you got the publishers, and then it says this is in Brooklyn. Watchtower Bible Tract Society of New York, Inc. Notice it says Inc. Inc. INC Incorporation. Do you know what that means? Do you know what INC means? Ja Rule, he know what it means. The murder is INC. What he say? INC in his video back in the days. I don't know if you seen that video, but Ja Rule Incorporation. This is a corporation. So what does that tell you? And they got different. Okay. So it's telling you in the it's telling you before you even read this that this is a corporation, this is a business. It's a lot of stuff you don't know about, but we gonna tell you. We gonna put it in the book, and we know you ain't even gonna take the time to read it. And if somebody like me reads it to you, you gonna say they're oh, you demonized. You demonized. You talking about God's word. They telling you that it's not. All right. Available in whole or in part in over 120 languages. For a complete list of languages, see our website. Total printed of all editions of the New World Translation, 208. So now they even know how many copies. 208 million copies. That's a lot of copies. May 2014 printing. It's a lot of money going into those copies. This publication is not for sale. It is provided as part of the worldwide Bible educational work of Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh my God. See, this is where things could go. See, what they won't tell you is, I ain't gonna say what they won't tell you. What some don't know or just don't think to even ask or question is, if that name Jehovah's Witnesses, if that name is how can I put it? Is that an entity in itself? In other words, do they have the copyrights or the because I know when you do business as, you have to tell them if you operate under a name, you have to report that name. And what I'm saying is, if you actually reported, hold on, let's see. What am I trying to say? That name, if you have that name, if you're using this name, right? How can I put it? Let's say I start a business, right? And it's a non-profit organization. Let's not a business. Let's call it a foundation, and we name it Ubio Cloud Foundation, right? And that's the name. And then we form another organization up under that foundation, and we say it serves. They work together as a partner, but they're kind of like the foot soldiers, and we call that we call them the cloud managers, right? Let's just call cloud managers, right? That's their name. I guess I could have came up with a better one, but this is an example. And so the let's just make it more personal. The cloud cloudifiers, okay? Cloudifiers, right? And they're known as being the cloud, the people who set up your cloud and do all kinds of stuff, and that's their job. And they go out and they train other people to do the same thing, and they all have a purpose, and this and the third. And whether they get paid or not, that's not the point. The point is, I have to still file to the government and say that I have this entity. They're called the cloudifiers. They're cloud managers. They work up under us. This is how we kind of like recruit people, more people to work for our company using these cloudifiers, because they kind of work like agents and convince people who are not into that to actually, convert into becoming a cloudifier. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's how the company's gonna grow. This, that, and the third. That's a name. That's a label that was given, from, once again, a man-made label. Man-made, man. Like, it's no different from me building this machine and it's saying the Kai professional, right? They put that label on it. That's a man-made label. That Akai, I mean, I could say it is a gift from heaven above, because it helped me and my family finally reach financial independence because of the beats that I made from it, and have faith and be like, really, it came from God. But essentially, it's man-made. Like, there's no getting around that fact. And knowing that it's man-made, of course, it's going to have glitches and bugs and stuff that just ain't right. It's going to stuff that even the company knew wasn't right, because they was just like, F it, we're not going to spend that much money. We trying to make some money, on that. And that's what you call the back end of business. But back to this page. I'm going on and on. So you got the label, educational work of JW, New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures, English. So now they tell you what type of Bible it is. Made in the United States, not in the heavens. It just tells you it's made in the United States. It doesn't have, special note. Even though it was made by man, it's still the word of God. It don't nothing like that to just say, hey, yo. No, it's telling you. It's made in the United States. It's manufactured. All right. Okay, so photo credits, page 1728. Now, am I saying that these scriptures are all bad and you can't get nothing good from it? No. That's not how it works. Remember, I said it's a matrix. If you know anything about a matrix, it's not just, how can I put it? If you know anything about a matrix, it's not what you think it is. Like, it's not linear, or it's just not like how can I put it? It's multidimensional. Like, it's levels to this. You know what I'm saying? It's dimensions. It's volume. Like, it's 8 by 8 by 8. Like, it's not as simple as 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? Okay, because you were born, you were conditioned, and you were told that this is how things were. Now it's time for you to ask, why was I told this? Why was this good for me? Obviously, the reason why you're asking why the questions is because you were lied to. You feel it in your gut. And you're afraid to face the fact that you just don't know what the hell is going on. That's just the first part. After that, it's like smooth sailing. Like, once you realize, all right, I'm not even gonna get into all of that. Let's keep going. Photo credits. Check this out. Before they even start talking about giving God credit, it says photo credits. They have to give credits to the photographers in the book. They ain't even giving. Listen to me. It ain't even. And you think in the beginning they giving credit to God by quoting, "This is what the sovereign Lord Jehovah Yahweh says." Look, and they have it translated in the Hebrew text. Look, I am creating new heavens and a new earth, and the former things will not be called to mind, nor will they come up into the heart. Okay. They just had that scripture there. Now, to me, that's just a cookie for you to, you know what I mean? Like, to be programmed, like how they want you to be programmed according to how they want you to view God. And he's making a new heavens and a new earth, and the former things will not be called to mind, nor will they come up into the heart. Like, why don't you want me to know about the former things coming to mind, and why create a new heavens and a new earth? And not even saying that it's not gonna happen, but I get caught up into why this and why that and that, and why I'm asking all of these questions. The people that designed this book is jamming to all the old school new jams. Might be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, might be doing all kinds of debauchery. You feel me? Like, while I'm sitting up there, I wonder why. And then I get on the phone with my brother, and then we have a debate on whether or not why do you even care about my view on the Bible in the first place? Like, seriously. On the book that was manufactured not from, you get what I'm saying? Like, yo, now if it fell out of the sky and it was like shining for everybody to know that it's definitely from the heavens above, come on. That's, even if it was aliens playing a trick on us, still, at least they went through the trouble to, you get what I'm saying? At least they went through that much. These mothers ain't even go through that much. They basically told you from the jump, listen, this is made in the United States. Now we gonna give our photo credits before we give God credit. Page 1728, top shrine of the book, photo, copywritten the Israel music. See, these mothers got more respect for the regulations of bottom, courtesy of Ben Zevi Institute photographer Ardon Barhama. The trustees of the Chester Beatty Library, Dublin. Like, this is serious, yo. Shrine of the book, photo, the Israel. Okay, so they just tribute to the photo track. I'm pretty sure that's required in every book. But like I said, this book is subject to man's statutes and regulations. Like, God, you think God gotta give homage to somebody's picture? Think about this, man. God has to be like, hold up, let me respect the photographers that made the pictures in the book, because they gotta get respect too. No, this is God's word. You don't have to respect no photographer. I'm just saying, think about it. What is a photographer doing in God's word in the first place? Nigga, you sitting up there trying to get your shine on. Why this is supposed to be God's word. That's all you need, son. But, oh no, we gotta get the copyrights. We gotta get all this. This is our intellectual property. Like, I can't sit up here and take this and sell it and get money off of it. You get what I'm saying? They could sue me for that. You get what I'm saying? And they could, you get what I'm saying? They could shut me down for that. But if it's God's word and it's free, right? I should be able to. Not saying I want to sell it, but you get what I'm saying. Like I'm not free to do whatever I want with it, right? Um, I probably can't even talk bad about it. You know what I mean? So the introduction, you got all these pictures. Before yo, check this out. Oh my goodness. Before I even get to the first scripture, I have an introduction to God's word. The Bible contains God's message or word for us today. It shows us how to live our life. Why do you call it the Bible? That's your way to label something and make something that's really complicated and complex sound simple, just so you could, you know, say, oh, all of this is just one book. No, it's not just one book. This is fragments. This is puzzles. This is like missing pieces of the puzzle. This is like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you already being hoodwinked from the gate when you open the book and start reading the first page. You don't even get to Genesis, and you already getting spoon fed stuff that's, yo, why you spoon feeding me? Yo, let me eat. Let me eat myself. Yo, it's like, yo, you know what it's like? It's like you go to somebody's house, right? They invite you for dinner, and you like, okay, I accept your invitation. You know, love thy neighbor. Don't forsake the gathering. Matter of fact, you decide to bring your wife and children with you because you feel like these are some nice, decent people. All right, but then you get to the table, right? And they serving you some good food, right? You like, yo, this food look good. I'm ready to chow down. We say the prayer, the blessing. We bless the food. We all agree that we must bless the Most High for such a lovely meal. We thank the makers of the meal, you know, right? And lo and behold, these mugs is trying to spoon feed you, like literally, like you like, yo, where's the forks? Like, how I supposed to eat? They were like, no, don't worry about that. We don't want you to choke. We want you to really enjoy the food the way it's supposed to be enjoyed. So what we gonna do is we gonna spoon feed you. What the? You gonna feel funny, right? You gonna be like, nah, man, I'm good. I can feed myself. Like I got arms. I can feed myself. Like, that's what this is. It's hold on. Before you get started, let me explain to you what you about to read, cause you might not be smart enough to understand it. So let me break this down to you before you even start thinking about what it's really trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? About or about the missing pieces, and start asking questions that we can't really answer. Let's focus on the questions that we want you to ask, that we have answers for, so that way you know that we have all the answers to all your questions, when really you never get an answer to the questions you want to answer to, because those are the answers that you ain't supposed to ask, because they ain't got the answer. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can go on and on about the answer to the question, and the question not getting the answer, and then you asking another question, and then you still don't get the answer to that question, and then after you ask so many questions, they like, oh snap, you asking too many questions. Listen, I can go on and on about asking a question, and then first, before I even asked the question, you told me, oh, you can ask all the questions you want. This is a loving environment, and it's Christianity. And then you ask one question, and oh, that question is not even a question. It's almost as if your question was a statement, and you automatically is I can't talk to you because you asking questions that's really not questions. You know what you asking, and I know where you getting at. So I'ma just avoid you altogether, cause you devil, yo, you Satan, yo, bugging, bugging. Like, hold on. First of all, why can't you answer these questions if because they're just questions, right? They're just questions. Like, I'm not forcing you to answer the question any old kind of way. It's just I already know. I didn't ask. Okay, here we go again with this. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. That means it's break time, but it's on fine. Oh, there we go. Here we go. All right, so like I was saying, so it's like, yeah, asking questions, yeah, it's like a rabbit hole. Okay, so now I got introduced with a lot of stuff, yo. I'm talking about straight questions. An introduction to God's word. Who is God? How can you learn about God? Like, hold on. You already. Oh, that's why they put that scripture in it, because they trying to let you know. Listen, this is God's word. That's it, man. If I can put God's word in a book and give it to you and get you to believe it. Oh my goodness, I basically got you, yo. I got you. You can't really escape that because I control who God is in your life. I control what he looks like in your mind. I control. You ain't got so many options. It's either you go here where we really gonna spoon feed you, or you can go out there. You ain't even gonna get spoon fed. Matter of fact, they gonna feed you some bullshit job. You know what I'm saying? Even though, you know what I'm saying, we kind of like put a little something in our stuff too, but you know, it's healthy enough to where you ain't gonna just, you know what I'm saying. But then you go to come to find out, all of these religions got a lot of stuff in common. Like, for real. The fact that they're different sections of religions should tell you there's something wrong. There's something wrong. Either there's something wrong with the religions or there's something wrong with people. Me personally, I just say it's people just deciding that they want to group up and, gang up. Everybody want to be in some group. And instead of just admitting that they love each other that much, that they would go through the trouble of making up a bunch of bullshit just to be with each other. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. You ever been in a relationship with somebody and you know they love you, you love them too, but they ego getting in the way of they love to the point where they don't want to show it to you, or they want you to go first. You get what I'm saying? It's like one of them kind of it's like that with everybody. If you ask me, with humans, not in general like everybody equally, but give or take some, different. But I feel like most people are afraid of being hoodwinked to the point where they decide to get hoodwinked. It's crazy. Like, they fall for the greatest hoodwink of all, and that's who their God is. and who they gotta worship and how they gotta worship them and why they should worship them and all of this stuff. And it's like, hold on, first of all, what do you mean by worship? Why? Where does this word come from? Why are you using this word worship, and what does it mean? And is that what God wants us to do? And how do we even know? And first of all, why are we going to a man-made book, and why aren't we resulting or consulting ourselves? Because we were taught in the book that it's evil to do so. We were taught in the book that we're not supposed to look towards ourselves. We can't direct. I was just on the phone with somebody that kept on emphasizing you cannot direct your own. Now you got all these scriptures in here, and that's the one you quote. That's the direct. That's directly from the doctrine, because the doctrine, that's what they do. They point out those type of scriptures to have you have that kind of thinking. That's what the book. That's what it was designed to do, to keep you in a psychological warfare. So you constantly at war in your mind. You're gonna constantly be at war with your brother. When you don't even need the book. You don't. You are the book. We are the book. We write the story. If you read the book, you realize that this is what this book is all about. It's about people. It's stories about other people. Even the people who wrote the stories in the book wrote about people who they never even met. So what does that tell you about this? It's a book of stories, man. And it's telling you that, yeah, you can learn from these people's stories and this and that and the third, but that's pretty much is really all you should really see it as. Like, you shouldn't. What I'm saying is, I don't think we should see. Not saying that you shouldn't read it. I'm saying you should definitely read it. You should definitely see what's in it and see what's got people so hooked on, religion, when this is how I know it's all about religion. Because every time you bring up the Bible, you never can't separate it from religion. Like, what do I mean by this? Like, most people that come at you are religious, right? And they have a religion, and they're trying to get you to convert either from your religion to their religion, or they're trying to get you to accept Jesus, right? As if you like, I'm not even gonna get into that, but they're trying to convert you from living a life of sin, right? And a life of sin usually is you're not going to church, and that's it. You're not going to church, and you're not practicing a clean, wholesome life. You're having sex with random people. Matter of fact, you're having sex with somebody that you're not like, you're not legally married to them on paper, right? Like, hold on. First of all, since when did God care about paperwork? Like, seriously. But I'm not even gonna get into that. I'm just saying, if you're with someone, right, and you're not with anyone else, and y'all decide y'all don't want to ever get documented paper, y'all feel like that in itself is a sign of weakness. In other words, you got some people that look at it as people who get a marriage certificate is pretty much setting themselves up for divorce, because that's basically what a marriage certificate was designed for, so you can divorce your wife and marry a younger one. That's what they created. That's why they created that, because the first law was, once you got with your wife, that was it. You couldn't. That's the original law. You couldn't marry outside of the marriage. You can't leave a marriage. That's it. It's a bonding unity. And how did what what was the grounds for marriage? A man and a woman that live together, they husband and wife already in God's eye. So where's your faith? Oh man, you talking that stuff. Oh, you messed up. You really messed up. This is what I hear, yo. When I say stuff like this is what I hear from my family. Oh, you messed up. You something wrong with you. You try to take everything and twist it all around and it. I'm speaking, I'm speaking regular, like I'm speaking original. Like this is not something. I'm speaking obvious stuff here. Nothing where it doesn't make any sense. It's not illogical. I'm talking regular language here. You get a documentation for marriage was designed. Even it says in the Bible so they could get divorces. That's why they had marriage certificates. So they can make it legal, so they could legalize divorce, because divorce never existed. There was no reason for divorce. There's no reason for marriage to if you're not getting divorced. So now if you let's say you with somebody, right? And y'all never like y'all that's who you was with for all the way until you expire, right? Does that make you a fornicator? And you ain't never cheat on them or nothing because y'all didn't get a documented marriage license for whatever reason. Y'all just was too lazy to go up and get the paperwork. I don't know, whatever it was. Does that make you a fornicator? You was faithful to this woman. You ain't go out. Man. She was faithful to you. Y'all just ain't get the paperwork. Y'all just ain't felt the necessity. Y'all was enjoying each other too much, right? Like, just saying, for whatever reason. I'm not even gonna go get into that. Like, I'm not even against getting it documented in marriage. Okay, that's great. But let's move on. Like, as you can see, I couldn't even get the Genesis without going through a bunch of commercials. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know what a commercial is when I know an ad when I see one. You get what I'm saying? Like, because the more and more I have to make an ad for my company or my business and build an ad for my promote for my company, I can recognize somebody else's ad and it's hidden right there. Like, okay, well, you advertising this photographer, they probably paid you to put that advertisement in. Who knows? Probably a lot of money. I don't know. But and that's probably, I could be wrong about that too. Could be wrong about the whole shebang. But you know one thing I'm not wrong about? This is all man-made. It's all man-made. Like, come on, from head to toe. If I make this beat, and I tell you that God made it, and you believe that, that's on you, son. I make a beat. You know what I'm saying? I make a beat, and I tell you, nah, son, that ain't even my beat, son. That's not my beat. This is God's beat. So every time you hear a beat that was produced by OBO Studio, it wasn't even Tru Zillah, yo. God used Tru Zillah. It was really coming from God the whole time. He just used me like an agent. Like, I was just on the beat machine, like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't even me. Like, come on, yo. Let's just think about that. And that's just a beat, yo. We talking about a book of books of talking about the creation of the earth and everything, yo. Come on, like, think about this. Where did all this information come from? Moses? Come on, think about that. Like, one dude? Come on, man. This is information that, like, takes time to, like, no, you ain't even there. Where did he get his information from? Think about who he was when you read the story of him. What he wrote about himself. Think about it. He was a runaway. He escaped. He learned a lot. He was with the Egyptians. So that's probably where he got his knowledge from, right? The Egyptians. But then again, was his name even Moses? Like, come on, man. Like, it just said they translated from the original language. So you're not reading the original language. What was the original language? They don't even speak it. So, like, how do you cipher that? You get what I'm saying? You can't trust everything you see. That's what I don't get. That's what I don't get. How we question ourselves, right, and how we're made is wonderful and spectacular. We're like, they quick to tell you, oh, you're nothing in the universe. You're nothing compared to the universe, and compared to this and compared to that, you're just like a speck of dust. And I'm like, dang, man, for me to be a speck, right? But yet I'm so glorified, right? Think about this. We're so glorified in the way we're created. What do I mean by that? When you look at an ant, right, and how small an ant is compared to us, can you really say we're the ants of the universe? Like, think about it. The ant is the ant of the universe, man. It just puts everything into perspective right there. I just put it into perspective. Like, stop looking at things from a picture that you can't, from a lens that you can't even see through, and look through your own effing eyes, your own eyes, like these eyes. I ain't even talking about, yeah, I'm talking about your mind's eye too, but I'm just saying, like, let's get, if you just use these eyes, just your physical eyes, man, you be like, you know what? I just noticed something that was right in front of me the whole time. Because see, they have a tendency to confusion. Now, how hard is it to love your neighbor, love the people around you, care about the people around you, make better decisions for the people around you, uplift the people around you. Don't try to cheat or defraud the people around you. Don't try to harm someone physically, mentally, or emotionally. Don't treat people the way you want to be treated. Period. Point blank. You know what I always get from the same people who want to testify that God's word or the Bible is God's word? You know what I usually get from them? Yeah, but you know, you can't be like that with everybody because, man, listen. Where's your faith, man? That's what I'm saying. Their faith is in something man-made, so they can't really have faith in the truth, like the true source. Their source is all artificial. Their whole imagery of who God is artificial. You might not even know that you could be. A part of you could be the Most High, is what I'm saying. A part of all of us could be. We don't even know, is what we say. What I'm saying, we don't even know. How about that? You don't. Let's just start there. You don't fucking know. You don't know. Stop trying to know. Maybe you ain't even supposed to know that. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he didn't make a book. Maybe that's why man gotta make the book, to try to tell you something that you ain't even supposed to know in the first place. What you supposed to know is already in here. It's already programmed, but you ignoring the program that's in you. How do you? How dumb can that be, yo? To be incredibly made and don't even know. It's like you got mad superpowers and you don't even know you got it. I'm telling you, I just don't understand. Like I remember I had this talk with my sister and she was like, How can you talk about love and you sounding all aggressive? That don't sound like love to me. Okay, all right. Now hold on. First of all, why do I have to sound like I'm an angel from God and I sound like I'm very timid this way and talk like this in order for people to respect to no for people to think that I'm a good person. No, man, that doesn't mean that's not what love means. Love means you could be yourself. You could be passionate. You could be energetic, and just be like like trying to get your point across without like screaming and without cursing the person, without putting them down, but still letting them know that look, that is love. That I'm exerting so much energy to get you to see, to get you on a higher plane, just to get you on a higher sense of being, to where you're happy, you're bright like me, like you're beautiful, you're just lit up, just knowing that everything is all good. Like, listen, I lost a loved one, but a part of me knows that he is with me. Like, I know for a fact. How do I know? Can I write down like specifically every detail? No, I just sense it. I noticed that ever since he passed, I've been getting a lot of his ways. Like somehow he's still alive. Living through, I can't explain. I don't know, but that's how I imagine it in my mind though. Like this is true. Like I've never been the type of person to like really dance. I never really been a dancing person. Like I like to dance, but like every blue moon I get in a dancing mood and then that's it. Like I've never been like a dancing person, but ever since he passed. See, that's what he used to always do. Just always want to dance, and like every time I was around him, he would always be dancing. And I mean, I really, really like enjoyed being around him. He was a really good spirit to be around, like a really good person. I'm pretty sure everybody got their little. I don't care about. Listen, when every time my uncle was around, man, he like he came to visit us when we was kids. It was just always good to have him around. Like it was just always a good vibe. My cousins, his daughters, they come, you know, it was just always a good vibe when they came around. And I always noticed that my father was always like himself around him, and he was more like laid back and just a good vibe, because my father, usually he just kind of was uptight and just always like ridicule you for something. But not Uncle Charles. He'll come. He'll always be like, you know what? He always saw something in me. Like he always saw me as, man, you supposed to be the one making the money. You supposed to be the one, and because you the artist and you this and that. And he it's like I could tell he always saw something in me that always made me want to aspire or want to do better. It's almost like he was feeding me willpower, without whether he knew it or not. But ever since his passing, he passed on. I don't like to use the D word because I don't really believe in that. I feel like that's a part of the matrix to get you to believe that you like you're not an eternal being. Like, come on, man. Let's just get it. Let's just get that out the way. We're eternal, and maybe there's a way for them to kind of dampen on that or host on us and take away our eternal spirit somehow. I don't know, but what I do know is I'm eternal, and everyone around me is eternal, or at least has the potential to aspire to be that. But I do feel like it's like a catch-22 thing. Like it's kind of like a snowball thing. Like if we think negative, more negative things are gonna happen, and guess what? We're gonna keep thinking negative, and then more negative things gonna happen. If we think positive, positive things are gonna happen, and then when those positive things happen, we start to think more positive, and then next thing you know, it snowballs into something positive. So when you look at it, it is really not difficult to move in whichever direction you want to move into. If you want to move into a positive direction, really the key is to just think positive. And then when you think positive, you're going to do something positive. Don't just think it, do something about it. Talk about it, be about it. Don't just talk about it, be about it. But don't forsake the talking about it. If you're the type of person who like to talk about stuff, talk about it, speak it into existence. If you're the type of person who likes to reserve your energy and focus more on doing it, do it. But some people, they gotta talk themselves into doing something. I'm one of those people, but eventually I'll do it. So that's just speaking on a positive note. Like, I don't. A lot of people think I be trying to bash, like my family. They think I'm bashing religion, and I'm not bashing religion. I'm against it. I oppose it just the way God Almighty opposes it. It does not serve the purpose. It doesn't serve a good purpose. It's not working. It's not good. It's crippling people who have true spiritual potential, and those are the people who usually end up on drugs and doing all kinds of stuff, and they usually end up looking worse when really it's just because they was around a bunch of hypocrites that wasn't even taking it serious. At least they was taking it seriously, and because they were just suppressed by all of these non-spiritual hypocrites, they decided to say, F it. I'm going to just go ahead and get high and just, be a hoodlum and give up on myself. And, like, come on. That's what's going on in the world. Like, the people that's at the lowest, those are the people who could have been the brightest. You understand what I'm saying? The people that's floating along, they got their little job, working their little 9 to 5, and they, you know what I'm saying? They got their God, they got their religion. Those are the ones that's crippling. Not all. Listen, I'm not speaking for everyone, but I'm speaking in general. Like vast majority, I can sense that a vast majority of people are doing that. Like, basically focusing on the money. As long as I got mine, I got my job, I got my, you know what I'm saying, I got my religion, and you ain't a part of this, you ain't a part of me, because it's been working for me for years to come, and it's still going, it's been working for me for years and years to come, and I'm not going to disrespect my routine to even give you a phone call. Let's see how you know what I mean? Because you chose, this is what they think. You chose to leave God. You chose to leave God. You chose to live your life this way. As if you know what kind of life I'm living. As if you are seeing what I'm doing every day. As if you are knowing what I'm thinking or what I'm doing every single day. You get what I'm saying? Or as if you even know what my temptation is that I am overcoming every single day. Like, think about that. Whereas you might not even have any temptation. Why? Because you're hiding behind the safety net of the spoon feeders. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to get spoon fed. I'm trying to feed myself. You feel me? I want to feed. Can I at least just, like, yo, yeah, we can gather, we can get together, but can I eat? Can I eat my own spiritual food? Like, I'm just saying, why I gotta eat the spiritual food that you made all the time? For all my, like, you gotta keep, and then that's the thing about it. You go to let's just say you go to the people's house, right, and they decide they want to, and you do decide, because earlier I was talking about, religion to me is like going to somebody, getting invited to somebody's house, and the food is banging and everything, but the catch is you gotta let them feed you. You can't feed yourself. They got these long silver spoons and everything. You know what I'm saying? And you like, that's nice. I appreciate it, but it's weird, and I would really like to just feed myself. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if this food is. It could be poison or something, cause this ain't right. Some tell you that something ain't right about that. Why are you trying to? You don't trust. Okay. It's like saying you don't trust that. Oh, okay. All I gotta do is just Yeah, it's like you saying you don't trust God. You just don't trust him. You don't trust that he's gonna implant. He's gonna give you the information that you need. You don't trust that he can at least do that. You know, okay, he's not gonna do the miracles and resurrect everybody like that, or heal sick people and stuff. And you get what I'm saying. Turn water into wine. Okay, he's not gonna do that, but at least can he at least give us the information we need without us having to go through this, do that, do that, and ask relevant questions. I feel like this, like, yo, if I can't get my simple question answered, like, okay, why do I have to cut my beard off in order to be accepted as like a real witness? Right? Why do I have to cut my facial hair off? What's up with that? Come to find out, these secret cult societies require the same thing. You like, what the fuck? So you mean to tell me I couldn't celebrate my own birthday because of a couple of scriptures in the Bible where somebody got their head chopped off at a birthday party, right? Some sick, twisted, the same, cult cabal type societies, right? They on birthdays they be wanting to chop people head off and shit like that in the Bible twice, right? Okay, that's the reason why I can't never celebrate mine, even though ain't no choppings of the heads or nothing of that kind of connotation is relevant at the party, right? Okay, can do that, but where was I at? Can't celebrate birthdays, but you get to dang, I forgot what I was saying. I'm gonna have to run this tape back, but I kind of got something about this phantom power. I think it kind of the signal from the mic, but anyway, what was I saying? I lost my thought like that, yo. I'm telling you, they I was using an analogy, birthdays as to because when you celebrate your birthday, what these societies do. Oh yeah. About cutting off my hair, but you got me practicing the same occult requirement of a freaking cabal. The same people who like to cut people's heads off on the regular at birthday parties. These are the ones you got me imitating by saying it's a requirement that I cut it off, or I can't carry the mics. I can't give a talk. I can't really be any type of respect. I can't get any respect. Put it like that. I ain't getting no respect till I cut this off. I'm sorry, but listen, I had them come. You gonna have to do something about this right here. Even if with it clean shaved and everything. Yeah, that right there, you gonna have to cut that off. What the fuck, son, yo? Like, how can you accept this? How can you accept this? Right? Okay, alright. I just got aggressive. I get that. But come on though. Look at the situation. You're telling me I gotta cut off this. I don't even like the way I look when I cut my beard off. It looks weird. I look like I don't I don't look right. Like, for real. I remember one time I did it just to appease these people, right? And went to work the next day, and my dude told me, dude, don't ever, I ain't even recognize you. Don't ever cut your hair off like that again, son. Like, I mean, yeah, he was like a cat from the hood, you could tell. But I'm saying, some people, I'm like, why he ain't say that about the next dude next to me? He ain't got no facial hair or nothing. I'm telling you, some people just don't look right without. Why you think they got pictures of Jesus with it? That's another thing. And every Bible character got facial hair. And I ain't talking about just facial hair. I'm talking about like, oh, well, that's back then. Oh, man, you bringing that up. Oh. Listen to them. Now, listen to me and then listen to them. Oh, you demonized. You asking questions that ain't even got. You know better than that. What the fuck you mean I know better than that when I'm asking you a question? If I knew better, why would I be asking a question? You can't answer the question, so you just say, oh, you know better than that. You say it. Like, hold on, what the fuck? I can't talk to you. You gonna mess me up. Mess you up. You ain't never changed. You still doing the same shit, playing the same video games, watching the same shows, doing all of the same stuff. Right? Like, they ain't doing nothing different. Nothing different. From what other people doing. You got other people that don't, you know what I'm saying? Different religion. And then, I'm telling you, it's time for me to just go ahead and just start spilling the beans. Like, I said I wasn't gonna do this but boy, it would be the easiest channel to really just. I said I'm not gonna make this channel be one of those religion bash JW or religion. And listen, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna make sure I give you good content. But I gotta be real though. Like, come on, son. Like, how you gonna sit up here and tell me I can't have big face that grow on my face? You see my beard, right? Look at this. This shit grows like right. If I cut this off, it's gonna grow like in 2 days. It's gonna be. Sometimes I cut it off to like cause I'm kind of breaking out right here. You can probably see, like I got a big break out right here. It'll go away if I stop eating a lot of junk. I know every time I start eating junk food, I start breaking out. And I need to shower more often, because I know the hot water helps, and I need to apply some stuff on it, and I get rid of that. But definitely just stop eating that junk and just get back on my routine. But this is think about this though. Like, why is people so obsessed with God? Think about it though. This is a question. This is a good question. Why are people so obsessed with trying to please God? Think about that. First of all, how you gonna please? First, let's not even ask that. Now let's address the real question. Why people always trying to act like they trying to please God? Cause why are people so obsessed with acting like they're pleasing God? And it always has something to do with putting somebody else down, saying that person ain't living right, that person ain't serving God. I'm serving God. I'm doing what God requires of me. But what God requires of you is not what you think God requires of you is what some man put on you. You got a monkey on your back and don't even realize it. You done got so used to the monkey being on your back. I run up to you and get that monkey out of here, right? And then you, oh, where my monkey? Ah, that's my mom. That monkey then became your pet. That's your pet animal. Now, I got that shit off my back. Like, what the fuck? Monkey on my back pissing on me and shit. Mom smelling me. I ain't even saying nothing. Mother's already just know something wrong with that motherfucker. Yeah, something different about you. I'm thinking that's special. That's good. No. You fucked up in the head. That's what's different about you. It's like, nah, on some real. Sometimes people can sense your energy, so that's what that means. But that's what I'm saying though. The energy was mad judgmental. They could tell that I could never be good enough if I'm around this person. Like, people who was around me never. If you ask all in my relationship, my ex relation, my ex baby mama and stuff, they'll tell you, oh, you can never be good enough for him. Religion, the mind, what it does to the psychological of the mind, no one would ever be good enough for you. No one, not your husband, not your wife, because God is the one. You can't even be good enough. You ain't good enough for God. Like, come on, man. God don't want you living like that, man. That's no way to live. If I'm him, I don't want you living like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he wanted you living, listen, I'm gonna be like Job, like, yo, listen, I know I'm not supposed to be righteous than you, more right than you, but God, I just don't think that's right for people to just be like this. I feel like they should be happy and enjoy their life the way you made them to be. Like, why you got them feeling like they gotta be like all pathetic? You know what I'm saying? Why they can't just be chill? Why they gotta be judging each other and looking down on me just because I ain't living the way they think I should be living? Why they so sure about how I should be living? How are they so sure about how they should be living? Like, I don't understand that. How are they so confident in that, but yet they don't even imitate the core characteristics of Christianity, the very core of their belief system. They don't even put it into practice, is what I'm saying. They don't put it into practice. You get what I'm saying? And it's because they're not conditioned to. See, it's more, you could be told one thing and then conditioned to be something else. You get what I'm saying? Like, while I'm sitting up there saying, yes, God, the Bible teaches this, and there's gonna be a lot of good things that's gonna happen in the future, and this, that, and the third, but at the same time, you know, you come to me and you ask me a question, and I say, well, you know, it's not really smart for us to ask a lot. Like, those type of questions are really not, it's not really good for us to speculate. So I think we should just kind of just focus on what we do know about the Bible, right? And then if we do that, then I think everything will be fine. So they basically politely just, what they call it, gaslighting me with some bullshit, with, you know, if we just, and I'm just being nice, cause really it ain't like, you know what I be getting? Oh, you demonized. Like, dang, I gotta be a demon too? Fine. Like, yo, if I'm demon, yo, straight up, yo, Why I gotta be that? Why I gotta be all that? I'm tired of being called. I've been called the devil ever since I was a little boy. My father used to call me the problem. You the problem. You the devil. You the problem. Like, and I'm trying to think. Like, I got a son, right? You know what I'm saying? And I don't talk to him like that. Like, I wouldn't even feel right talking to him like that. Like, why would he feel that way about me to say that? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I wasn't really that bad. Like, I was a nuisance. You know, like any child could be a nuisance. You know what I'm saying? Like in the realms of I was a child. You get what I'm saying? Adolescent. I did get, well, no, let me just be honest. I did stand out. Like, but come on, like, we were from Brooklyn, and then you decide to move down south. Well, I mean, I got in trouble even when I was in Brooklyn. I was young then, so yeah. From the start, I was always questioning authority, like getting in trouble, getting kicked out of class, and just I had this effort attitude. Just, I don't know. It wasn't like I was trying to get in trouble on purpose. It just always ended up being that way. I had this. I attracted attention from the teacher where she would always single me out and say, "Hey, you need to quit talking, young fella." And then I'm like, "Hey, you need to quit singling me out and focus on the other people that's talking." See, I will always have something smart to say. That's what it was. And then I get kicked out of class. But then when I get kicked out of class, it's like that's when the ball gets to rolling. The snowball, right? Snowball effect. And so I'm just like, oh, so now you want to kick me out the classroom. Well, look it, I don't want to be in this classroom. Boom, slam the slam the books, throw them across the room, kick the door, and oh, wow, that's not enough. Now that I'm kicked out of the classroom, I'm all by myself, and they're in there thinking that they could just have a good class without me. Nah, that's not enough. So I'm just gonna kick on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Like, I don't know. What was I thinking? I was just going ham. I was mad. I was upset. I don't know why. And then that's when the principal was to come and be like, okay, we gotta get you. But I was still young, so it's just like, you can't really do nothing. I wish you would hit me. I'll knock you out. Like, I was just really I don't know where this rage came from, because I was in a religious home, taught to be, but for some reason I was mad. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew I was being lied to from the gate. I knew I was people were lying to me, man. You know what I'm saying? And I probably knew more then. Like, my higher self probably knew, man, these motherfuckers is lying to you, man. You need to and I was just too blind to see it. You know what I'm saying? And I translated that energy into anger and just was cussing motherfuckers the fuck out. Like, then I get home and be like, oh boy, my father would wear my ass out. I remember that was like the worst beating ever. When I did that, the story about the kicking on the door, I ain't do that every time. That was like the worst. When I got that bad. And then, yeah. I had some times though. I was a nuisance. Like, it was funny just thinking about it, like how a person could just be like that. But the different phases I went through in life so far up until this point. But I mean, like, I could go on and on and on about how it's really a matrix that we living in, man. They teaching us all types of tricks. Well, listen, they got different tricks for each and every one of us. You get what I'm saying? Like, they really want us to be dumb. They want you to be dumb, but then they don't want you to be that dumb. They want you to be smart enough to be able to be dumb and really dumb. Cause that's the ultimate dumb. I think is to be smart and dumb at the same time. I think that's just the dumbest thing a smart person can be, because now you're being dumb by choice. You're choosing to be dumb. You're smart enough to choose to be smart, but you just want to be dumb for nothing. Like, and I think I blame it on laziness. People just lazy when it comes to thinking. They don't want to think. They rather do with something, let somebody else think for them, and that's it. Once they get their feelings attached to something, they don't want to let go of it. They want to hold their feelings. I was taught this all my life, so I guess I just have to believe it now. I'm already 20 years into it. I'm 30, 40, 50 years into it. Oh, damn, 50. I might as well just die believing this shit. Like, I'm just saying, people are just really like that. If they find out the truth, they like, so all my life I was being lied to. Man, please, man. You already knew you was being lied to. You just ain't want to admit it. You just ignored it over and over again. Oh, man. Like, I wonder what people think after that. I guess they must implant thoughts in their head to get them to be distracted and think about something else. They say, and then they just, that person. That's what it is. The constant ridiculing, putting somebody else down, put it off on somebody else. Oh, that's them. That's them. That's them. That's them. That's them. Everything pointing the finger at somebody else. You never point. See me, I look at myself. See, that's the thing. If you really look within yourself, you gonna start to see, oh man, I'm fucked up. I can't do that, man. And you admit stuff. You be like, oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with you? You get what I'm saying? You can't. But if you not true to yourself, you could just be like, nah. Next thing you know, you find yourself in a situation where you like, I can't believe I would do this. I just can't. Yeah, you fucked up, and you ain't realize it because you was slipping. You was sleeping because you let yourself slip. You let yourself get caught up thinking that you was perfect, or knowing you're not perfect, but thinking that you good enough. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you just doing something. You know you ain't got no bit. But me, I can address all my issues head on. Like, yo, man, this is what I want. This is what it is. And the question is this from the Heavenly Father, or is this from them folks? Are they putting thoughts in my head? 9 times out of 10, they putting thoughts in my head, trying to get me to mess up, right? So I'll be like, okay, and just act like I'm playing into it. You know what I'm saying? But next thing you know, I get fed that spirituality. And I ain't talking about spoon fed. I'm talking about a plate of just good spiritual food. And it's just like, you know what? I think I'll pass on that. I'm good. I'm on a higher level, higher vibration. I ain't gonna fall for that one right there, because I already know that right there could just mess up everything that you know what I'm saying? Like, once you get to the point where you could just not let yourself off the hook for nothing, because see, we let ourselves off the hook by pinning and everything on somebody else. Man, I lost that job because people, man, you know how people is. You know, they this and they that, and they, you know what I'm saying, it's dumb. You know what I'm saying? I was doing good. I was doing, the only thing I did was, you see how I just minimized. I admit, I'm going to admit, okay, now I'm going to be honest. I was a little, but still, though, like, I'm letting myself off the hook. A real honest individual gonna be like, you know what? I should have known from the jump that when I started put my business out there and running my mouth, that my mouth is what's getting me in trouble. So if I just keep to myself around people when I'm at these jobs, or better yet, I wasn't even supposed to be in that situation in the first place. I didn't belong at that working up under that entity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had no business being a part of their entity in the first place. I had to form my own entity. And then once I formed my own entity, that's when things started to grow. That's when I started to see the light. How you gonna see the light if you in the soil? If you living in the soil, nigga, you growing somebody other shit, nigga. You the fertilizer for they shit to grow. You get what I'm saying? Whenever you working for somebody, that's what it is. You fertilizer, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? You fertilizer. You fertilizer when you working for somebody else. But when you got your own business, you growing it. You growing it. And I ain't talking, there's a difference between working for someone and working with someone. You get what I'm saying? That's why if you work for me, it ain't no work for me. You working with me. You get what I'm saying? I just contradicted myself because I corrected myself. When you work with me, you're working with me. You're not working for me. You get what I'm saying? We're working together to build something. We're basically partners. I don't believe in employees. That's slavery. You pay somebody to do less than what they're really worth. And that's how people profit. That's okay, yeah, people profit off like that. Listen, I could profit on my own with no employees and make $1 million. You get what I'm saying? I know that. So why in the world would I have people slaving for me like this? You get what I'm saying? I would only have partnership arrangements. That's how I run my business. So, but either way you look at it, now, it is what it is. You know, people gonna think what they want to think. They gonna do what they want to think. You ask me how do I feel about homosexuality, and on that tip. Okay, that's a discussion for another time. But you know, I would leave. I'm gonna say this: if it's not something that I want, then I'm not gonna be. You know what I mean? And when I say I want, I don't want that in my space. You get what I'm saying? I'm not comfortable with that. That throws me off my vibration. That's like you listening to a song, right? And then all of a sudden you hear a bad note and you like, that's, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta be a music genius to know that note was off key. Like that shit was off key. Like that's how I feel about that. You get what I'm saying? That's how I feel about that. Now the next person might look at that same note and look at it as a work of art and be like, oh yeah, I'm all for that. But I'm not that one. You get what I'm saying? I'm not that one to support that lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? I would never encourage my child or anyone for that matter, not just my child, anyone around me to live that lifestyle. I would never encourage them to do that. Now, somebody is living that lifestyle. Will I discourage them from doing? Nah, that's none of my business. That's their business. You know what I'm saying? That ain't even none of my business. I ain't even gotta know. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they want to act like that, that's still their business. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gotta watch. I can close my eyes. Listen, I can turn the channel. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gotta endeavor in that. Like that's not my cup of tea, right? So, on that level, you have to act. If you want support, if a person is living that type of lifestyle, and they want support for that kind of lifestyle, they gotta go they gotta go group up with the people that's like them, that want to support. You get what I'm saying? Like you can't try to get everybody to be like you, or you can't get everybody to like you. You gotta have some. You gotta have some people. Number one, men in my the way I see it, a man is supposed to be a man, and a woman is supposed to be a woman, right? That's it. The motto of my company is you be you. You be yourself. So if a person is trying to be anything outside for what they was already born, to me, in my opinion, they don't really respect the way they was originally made, so they want to be somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they feel like, oh, deep down inside, that's how they is, and listen, that's on. Like that's really on them to really, you know what I'm saying? Like that's. Oh yeah, I gotta. Yeah, that's like that's on them. Like I'm not gonna sit up there and like before I was hateful about, oh, I can't stand, like, I can't. Then I thought about it, like, what is these niggas doing to you? Like, what are they doing to me? Like, not listen, long as. And then after experience, you be around certain people, and then you have certain situations where you ain't got no choice but to like communicate with this type of person, and you come to find out that this person actually has a generous personality. Like they're a helpful person. They're loving, right? And you're like, well, damn, there's no law against love. So, hey, I'm not. That don't mean I gotta go home. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean I gotta go out with them. Nah, that just means respect, love for one, for all, whatever. That's none of my business. Like I ain't. That's none of my business. You know what I'm saying? Like so when people ask me that question, like let's say I get big and people want to ask me that just to see what I want to say, see if I say the wrong thing, I hurt their feelings and stuff like that. I'm gonna just say, listen, that ain't even none of my business because I can't relate to that. You get what I'm saying? I can't. I grew up with 3 older brothers. You know what I'm saying? Masculine, dominant type, um, home, like just that aura of that that you know what I'm saying, that man instinct. That's me. So is there a feminine side to men? Yes, of course. I came out of my mother's womb. I sucked on her titties. You know what I'm saying? Like I have that female tendency, and that's why I like women. That's what attracts me to women. You get what I'm saying? Because of the feminine parts of me fiend for that female part of me that I don't have. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so much of a man. It's just like, yo, I need me a female. I need something soft and squishy. You know what I'm saying? Juicy. You get what I'm saying? Like that's that's just me. You know what I mean? That's how I am. That's how I was made. So for me to go up against that is like me going up against the way I was made, bro. Now somebody else, they live in another lifestyle. That ain't none of my business. That might not even be. I don't even know. That's an illusion. Like that's none of my business. My son trying to come. Listen, that's none of my business. The only thing you got your woman, you got some kids. You know what I'm saying? I'll take business to that. I can relate to that. But I don't want to know what's going on. Like, listen, that's whatever, man. You good? You ain't hurting? Ain't nobody? Whatever. It's none of my business. Like, I can't relate to that. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't care to relate to that. That's not my. So how can that be? Oh man, you gonna treat your own child different? First of all, why everybody always want to draw that question, and why you want to put my child in this conversation? I know I'm having this conversation, right? I brought it up. But most of the time, the reason why I brought it up is really a lot of people like the, what if your child was, why, what's with the what ifs my child was? Like, why you want to condemn my, I ain't even going to say condemn, but might as well say, because if he was like that, I would probably, I can't relate. He chose something that I can't relate to. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, son. You know I ain't with that shit, so what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, what you want me to say? Okay, now I accept that because that's what you. No, I'm just saying, you can't come around me with that, like, with that shit. Like, if you come around me, you gotta come around me in a relatable, respectory, respectorily way, and doing it that way is just gonna be like, you must don't want me in your life, cause I can't relate to that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you. It's like a sheep trying to chill with some lions. You know what I'm saying? Like, not like that, but you get what I'm saying. Like a total different species trying to chill with another species. Like, yo, what the fuck is you coming over here for? You can't chill with you can't chill with us. Like, that's why they have groups. Like, that's why I said they'd have to go in their group. That's why they have a group, because they know they not, you know what I'm saying? Like, people ain't feeling that they ain't vibing, they ain't vibrating on that level, so they have to have some kind of secret thing. Now, the biblical influence that it had on me, yeah, I can understand why the Bible say all of that. I can relate to it. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can relate to the thinking. Like, if I was a creator and I'm like, now I'm like, yo, these niggas is, what the fuck? What the fuck is y'all niggas finding these women's is? And y'all send them, y'all some fuck, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be mad. I'll be so mad, because I'm like, this is not even how it's supposed to be, yo. This is, like, if I was, me trying to put myself in God's mind, right? And saying, no, listen, I know I'm not, but I'm trying, me making the attempt, saying, okay, this is why I'm not him, right? But I'd be like, yo, this is not, I would relate to him saying that. Like, this is not what I made you to do. Like, yo, you're really pissing me off. Like, straight up, you're pissing me the fuck off, because I created you this way, and I'm like, if my calculations are not wrong, you're supposed to like her, not him. Like, for real, come on. Now, if she likes her, I can understand, because they so fine. I can see how they can fall in love with each other. But him and him, I didn't even make it like that. So how the I made it so they wouldn't, so you wouldn't want to. So how the fuck you decide, where did that come from? I didn't put that there. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else must have put that program in, because I didn't program them to be that way. I'm just saying, like, that's my mind. That's my thinking. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody feel like, oh man, he hates gay people, I'm gay and he hates gay people, he's listen, I don't hate nobody. I don't know anybody good enough to hate him. You know what I'm saying? That's number one. And if I was gonna hate anybody, it would be somebody that does evil, wicked things to children and innocent people. Like, that's what I would hate. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't even know if I would hate them. I would hate what they're doing. I can't really say I hate them, because if they wasn't doing that, I wouldn't hate. You know what I'm saying? It would be no hate. It would just be the hatred for what they're doing. And like, hatred is a strong word. Like, you really have to, like, hate someone to hate them. But I'm gonna take a break. While I take a break, I guess you can just sit and watch Watch my chair or something. It's good because it's full of drama. Oh boy. So, like I say, man, this green juice. Look, see, I would have listen. I got into this, all of this. I gotta say it's because I made it. I decided to make the choice and becoming like, oh man, this thing is flat. I made the decision to just saying, you know what? I give up on the religion. I give up on it. It wasn't helping me. You know, at some point you gotta realize, hold on, I've been really putting a lot of energy towards this religion, towards God, this God's name, all of this stuff, and nothing's good really been help. Like it hasn't really been helping me. Like, and I'm thinking it's helping me, but no, it's not. Everything that I got from the Bible, like the good things that I got, was already in me in the first place. You see, like that fear, or am I wrong? Right? Like, where would I be if it wasn't for that knowledge? Like, wouldn't I just go? Like, wouldn't I be like an animal and just do whatever? I don't think so. I think I would have more free range to think and ask questions that would lead me further than being limited into this. Well, you can't ask that question because that means you're an apostate. And you can't ask that question because that means that all of this shit could be a lie if the answer to that question is what I think it is. So let me avoid that one. Yeah, see, it's just it's a setup, and then you couldn't have the friends that I could have grew up with and had. Listen, I'm not even gonna get into all of that no more. I'm done talking about that. Um, I'd rather just talk about the truth, about what I've learned about myself, about health, what I need to do with this. You see, I'm smoking, right? I got, I got a little bit left. I got a little bit left. This, I had a full bag. This bag was full, but now I got a little bit left. Now, that's like the cheap weed, and then that's just like a little bit. I'm going to quit this. And I know you like, well, you're smoking right now. Listen, this is a habit of mine. I smoke all day, every day. I'm smoking. Like, you see, I had a huge, but like I keep, like when I get like a huge bag just to smoke, not to sell or nothing. Just to like what normally a dealer, I used to deal. You know what I'm saying? But what normally a dealer would have, I would have just so I can smoke, just so I don't have to keep going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? I have like a big, and so I decided that I'm not getting no more though. I'm just gonna do some push-ups. Um, you know, just be more proactive, and I know it's gonna be hard. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be hard, but I know it's gonna be challenging. You know, it's gonna be a challenge. In other words, a part of me is gonna be like, man, you know. But I already been through this with Newport, so I already know I can quit. And once I quit this, oh man, I'm gonna be fully woke. I'm gonna be fully woke. I'm gonna fully wake up. Think I'm woke now? I'm gonna be all the way woke. Now, I can't be drinking either, but I be drinking sometimes. I'm gonna cut that out the video. I'm gonna edit these videos. Cause I say a lot of good stuff in these videos that the audio by itself is good. And I do want to start a discussion on the Bible. Because it seems to be something it's on a lot of people's mind today. People want to talk about it. People want to know. It's a lot of stuff I know that other people don't. It's a lot of things I shouldn't know that other people don't. That's actually good that other people don't know. You get what I'm saying? And what I mean is, I've been taught a lot of confusing things that will have you like, you know, like asking a lot of questions. See, now I'm ready to put it out. See, normally I could smoke this whole like with nothing, but now I'm putting it out. The same thing I would with the cigarettes. That's how I know I'm gonna quit. Like soon. I already said before this month is over with. We already towards the end of the month. No, come November, I'm not gonna be smoking anything. I'm gonna be doing a lot of work. I'm gonna be making a lot of beats, making a lot of videos. I'm gonna be what else am I gonna be doing? I'm gonna get back into the coding. I'm taking a break because I'm doing, you know, my music. But man, I got a crook in my neck now. Yeah, I'm doing the music now, so it's like, I know you just saying, like, how can you drink liquor and then you drink some healthy juicy drink? Hey, I'm like, if I'm gonna drink liquor, at least I'm gonna wash it down with something healthy. You know what I'm saying? Make it a Bloody Mary. But believe it or not, it actually mixes good with the alcohol. So I don't know. Maybe it's just all about balance. But that's why I'm breaking out. I started back drinking again. And see, when I drink every day. See, with me, it becomes a daily thing. I'm very obsessive. If I do something, I'm gonna do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. like that's just me. So I know that once I quit smoking weed, I'ma just be a monster working. I'm gonna be making beats like crazy. I'm gonna start writing some more lyrics. I'm gonna start recording some more songs. And this time I'm going ham. I'm going all the way in. Talking about aggressive. They're gonna be like, yo, he's showing no love, but I'm doing it all for the love. All for the I don't even know what I'm about to say. Like I ain't gonna act like I can freestyle all good like that, but I could freestyle with the pen. Matter of fact, with the text, I ain't gotta let y'all niggas know how well I flow. Okay, that was kind of weak. Yeah, I kind of slipped on that one. I don't even know why I'm trying to sound all high pitched, sounding like a bitch. No one got. Okay, I'm going with the beat. Listen, I can't turn it up that loud because it's I mean I could hook it up to the computer. Why don't I just do that, right? That's what I'm gonna do. Go ahead and mount it to the computer. Just make sure everything is saved. Gotta get my ears cleaned out. Oh boy. Okay, all this wax. So I just saved it. So now what I'm gonna do is go to go to menu, then press MPC, then press controller mode. Now that it's in controller mode, man, I just realized. Oh no, I ain't. You ain't even gotta see this. I ain't. Should I do it on screen capture and let you see it? Should I let you see it? Here we go. NPC 2. Alright, so I can go here. Places, go to my mount. Will be on tracks. Here we go, right here. Oh, that's the let's just go with the template. So now that it's in the computer, hold on. I could actually hear myself because the sound is now playing through the NPC. Wow. Now you see what I'm talking about? I had to turn it down. Wow. So I might have to turn this mic off just to let you hear it. You can't hear that. You can't hear that. Let me. Let's see. You can hear that. You can hear me talking, but you can't hear. I know why though. I got what I have to do is. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you what I'm doing. Let's go here to go to window capture and just change to. This is NPC. This is open a new one. Create a new one. I'm using OBS Studio, by the way. Let's see. Windows Capture 2. We can go for that. Yep, that's the one we want. Alright, we're going to transition onto this screen right here. Okay, and then I'm going. There we go. Now I can see what's going on. Alright, now so basically what I have to do is I need to come into edit, preferences, and then I need to see the sound is coming in and out of the API, but really I wanted to go through my sound interface, and you know I got a little cheap one, but it worked, so I use that. It's gonna tell me that those two, you know, don't mix, so it's gonna reset. And then I'm gonna you know, select that anyway again, and then I select that one, and now it's gonna work. And as you can see, the green showing that my mic is working, and then if I test it, okay, I can hear that coming through the speakers, so I know that that's good. And so yeah, I'm gonna just turn off the mic because um I want you to hear the music, and well, I mean, I could just turn the speakers down. I mean, but yeah. I'll just turn the speakers down. Hold on, let me see. I just turned the speakers off, and then just go ahead and put in the headphones. Now, man, it sounds like an echo. Is it me, or the sound is going through the MPC, and that's why I'm hearing double? Let me see something. Go to mix. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yup. That's exactly what's going on. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Is it a track line in for me? Alright. I'm trying to see how this working, or how this. That's why I didn't want to put the mic in, because I mean headphones. But anyway, so I just press play. I could press play on here, or I could use the PC. I mean the MPC machine. Ooh, that's loud. God dang. Stop. That shit's loud as fuck. Hold on. I got it turned down there. Okay. There we go. Test it. There we go. Ooh, that shit was loud as fuck. And the headphones. So I gotta be careful about that, cause maybe I gotta turn them drums down, cause that shit, I ain't gonna front. It could be cause it's late and I'm kind of tired, but I mean, I know, right? That's me and my corny little moves, but hey, you know what I'm saying? I be feeling it though. That's how you gotta do. You gotta feel that. I don't know if it's loud enough. That's weird. It ain't even playing through the NPC. See, this is what I'm talking about with this thing. It was just playing through the NPC fine, but now it's not. What stopped it? Oh, that's because I changed it. That is right. See, that's my fault. So it's really not the NPC, it's me. That's why the con really is the learning curve with this thing. That's really what it is. It's pros and cons, but the con really is you. How well you learn how to use it and play with it. But it's definitely something you'll fall in love with. I'll tell you that for sure. Like if you like making beats, and hold on, testing. I hear myself coming through here. It's like it already wants me to like spit some vocals on top of that, right? Oh yeah, I ain't even checked to see if it's playing through the oh, it's playing. But not really though. Nope. It look like it's I don't think it's going through loud enough. Cause I'm looking at the levels like nah. The line, man, I need. Oh, oh, please. Especially since I got the vocals coming through it. Digital audio, microphone, MPC. Here we go. So so it's basically not even working. It's not playing through the thing. Oh boy. Let me go back here to. I think I know what it is. Something's going on. I think it froze. Nah, it's not frozen. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I thought I saw. I could have sworn I heard it. Oh, it's 'cause of headphones. Oh, it's that one? No. Oh. They're saying I can't use that because I'm using OBS Studio. I mean, I could hear it coming through the headphones. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Like if I play the piano. See, that comes through. That comes through. Why is the sound from the NPC not coming through? That's because it's not coming from there. The sound has to be. Let's see. Probably gotta fix the camera by now. But not really because it's technically not aimed on me. See, digital audio interface to USB digital audio.